from me to you, I don't trust politicians. So it's on my if. And then we would have Professor Okore, that's the rector from Abia State Polytechnic, to do a second speech. And then the, the event will continue in that state. We'll have a musical interlude. We have a third speaker. That's Dr. Ejike, who is here on the call. And then we have a panel discussion, rollout of SieDi-Hub program by our rollout of management team, and then closing remark. So I think we've started. Okay, so the hall have joined us.
You don't do the visit.
The hall have joined us, and
somebody's microphone is echo. We're hearing somebody.
I think it's from the hall.
Yeah, it's from the hall.
Let whoever is there mute the microphone of the hall.
Emmanuel, are we live already?
Yes, we are live.
The age of 17. Most of them were pregnant. Most of them had babies below the age of 17. Where have we gotten it wrong? A big question that we should start asking ourselves today. And how can we help the government see that some of these society, we may not be able to stop it totally, but if we put our hands together and work towards this, then we will achieve a great milestone of what you know what is happening. So it's a very, very, very disturbing situation, and that is why SieDi-Hub has come. So I watched my friends yesterday on radio when they were asked, why are you people focused on women? These are some of the reasons why we are focused on women. They are taking advantage of in the society. People see them as vulnerable. And because they see them as vulnerable, they tend to take advantage of every single chance they get from them. Most of them are told, because you are a woman, you cannot do this. You cannot aspire to be the vice president of Nigeria. You cannot aspire to be the senator. You cannot be the governor in your state because you are a woman. That narrative is about to change. And that is why SieDi-Hub has come. It is with joy and happiness that I welcome every single one of you here in this hall this afternoon. If you believe that together we can make this work, I want you to give me a quick yay! Another yay! Fantastic stuff. Now can we try to talk to each other, probably introduce yourself to the person seated very close to you. Network. It's important too in our today's society. Thank you. I have literally all of our team members right here in the hall this afternoon. I have Chief handling the social media. Of course, I have my call right here. I have Jonathan Ajuman right here in the hall. Welcome, sir. I also have the man that is making sure that we are live in the air. I'm talking about Tony Sneaks himself. By the way, we are here in person and we are also live virtually. So it's easy for you to join us from any part of the world. Again, too, it's important for you to go to our website, www.SieDi-Hub.org. When you go there, you'll find our QR code. Scan it. This is a non-profit organization, and that means we're looking forward to partnering with different organizations to thrive. So when you scan the code, you'll be able to make donations. It could be $1, $1, $2, $10, 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, depending on where you are. And that way we can drive this and we'll see that at the end of the day, success is achieved, because I believe that is the reason why you actually came to be part of this afternoon. Well, in no distance time, I shall be introducing our guests, also introducing our speakers this afternoon. We have quite a lot of them. More people are trooping in. Thank you all so much for finding time to be part of what SieDi-Hub is doing here this afternoon. Thank you so much for coming around. Thank you all for making our time this afternoon. We do not take that for granted, not at all. Well, on the menu this afternoon, of course, we have a little bit of music entered in at some point to just keep all of you going. And before that, we'll have a keynote speaker talk to us right here, and a lot of other things that we won't do right here. That will be immediately after we've all registered and are seated right here in the hall to be part of this 8-book making event. Mark Hasoni, still very much in the hall. Thank you all so much. May God bless you. Exclamation.
The link is everywhere now, so they can connect. What's happening? Is it the network? Okay, but you can actually log in separately with the link.
Okay, hi everyone. We
Also for that, we adapt this really to the content of today. Well, I shall be introducing some of our guests we right here. First on this is a special guest who will join us much later. I'm talking about of our state. Brian's Honorable Sat, the day of the and of course, a lot of us will be here, Well, who lost to be John, lost to be William Hannah, Stacey, Anna, and Oka. JP, he was the second of the war, autonomous community. Probably missioner for our Ministry of Youth and Sports right here. I will also have The radical health emergency, preparedness and response on the center of the country will also be joined by the national government. There could be all these things
I'm muted.
Will be opening for us very soon. He's the senior pastor of our church, our Black Church, as well as on the justice Dr. Unveiling for the very Michael Church.
Hello, sir.
So, Commissioner for Women Affairs, your welcome, please. We'll get to do your message after you join us right here on stage. Thank you so much for making it this afternoon. We really do appreciate that. God bless you very much. Okay, moving on right now with the reaching out of education. The Executive Secretary and Permanent, Executive Secretary and Permanent Secretary actually running the region, and the Executive Director obviously handling the agency. Well, the list is endless right here. The list is endless right here. So many people join us live. Some of our special guests, Humble Bukachi, Chief Imo Ugo, will join us. Iro Asobe, and Barrister Ugo, Chief Jackson, Ude, Honorable Robinson, Ugo, Barrister Williams, Canada. Damian is released the Teams and Field Initiative Director. Dr. Iwo come on stage because your message. Quickly, we'll go down to the opening remark, and that will be done by my colleague, who's
We are trying split the things right now. So the phone is just a backup for now.
Before we get to that,
Just saying it's a backup that we are just trying to set up. Network really stop.
let me really tell you that once it's done, Pastor Grant will take over through the floor officially, and immediately after that, we will be ushering in our first speaker. I'm talking about Mr. the country needs agents for action normally. The country needs agents for action normally. Immediately after that, the keynote speaker will take center stage. Talking about APB, Council International Monetary Fund, will be joining us here. It's going to be an exciting moment here. in the city of Oman. Something never seen before. I am excited for this, and we should be excited for this because we are driving change on all
Oh, did let me
for a
do that
long
first.
time. You talk about us until we come together as a community, as a force, drive this change. We cannot achieve anything. It will be us running around with zero circle, and at the end of the day, wasting our precious time. And that is the reason why
Like,
seeing our
come on, you can do this connection.
and how do we do it? Losing that is the way to go.
Split this.
So since here, the amazing things will happen here this afternoon. Quickly, I'm recognizing our ED. We're talking about the fact that thank you so much, Mark, for being in this house. I mean, a lot of people have just, say, you will be able to with your family. We talk about these, but you think about these ideas and you understand that, oh, they're often great. The way we think about these things, something about something. You understand that people who use stories, but she went ahead with this idea. She said to herself, hungry, sunshine, they're going to make a difference in South. And that is why she's believing so much in every single one of you in the podcast actually to make this change. Thank you for not being discouraged. Talking about she has to be evil. Thank you so much for not being discouraged. Thank you for following me on this journey. And we, most of us, if not all of us in the community, and all of us, ready to go through this journey with you down to the end. Well, if ambassador, remember that I need to say, let us bring him on, say, you're doing it.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are watching us from. I want to sincerely welcome everyone. I want to thank everyone who's joined us. Yes, Mike, thank you so much. Can you confirm that you can hear me? Hello, Mark. Can you confirm that you can hear me? Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
No.
Mark, can you confirm that you can hear me from this side?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think he can hear you yet.
Oh, okay. So what's the problem?
Remove this one.
Experience and how organizations are working to promote youth and women thrive in our state. The women joining government response youth and women thrive, youth and women's having to belong. And our state and so it's going to be a
This mic work.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. We needed to know if we are live on the projector so that we could start the proceedings from here as well. So I don't know, can Chinasa confirm that we're on the projector in the hall now? Because if the other time I spoke, they said they couldn't hear from the hall.
Yes, please go on. They are trying to do what they call something splitting. So just go on. Go on, Emmanuel.
Okay.
We have speakers here.
Oh, okay. So I also understand that we're live on YouTube. So that means we could just continue here, and then when they're able to link us to the hall, we'll just flow along with them. So once again, apologies and thanks for your patience. So many messages are already coming in here, but I'm supposed to also call on Pastor Rand to give us an opening prayer. And then after then, I'll have the country lead to also do her presentation. That's if we know some of those who will do goodwill message, if they are in the hall, or some of them will join us virtually to do all of that. I think Chinasa will also help me coordinate all of that so we know who is ready at what time to do their goodwill message. So we take some from the hall and then we take some from those joining us virtually. Once again, thank you so much for your patience. And if Pastor Rand is here, I'd like him to do an opening prayer. And then for everyone watching us live, you can drop your comments in the comment section and we'll be reading them intermittently. We're also putting some on the screen just for others to acknowledge and know that they are live with us. So is Pastor Rand with us now? Could you just come up for, yeah, he's here. Yeah, Pastor
Yes.
Rand.
Yes. Good morning. Good from the US and good evening to all of you around the world. What a blessing it is to be part of this launch. God's hand is on this organization from the very beginning, and great things are going to happen. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you so much that you're the creator of the heavens and the earth, that you love the little ones and the least of these, that you advocate for the most vulnerable. I thank you for Chanasa and her heart, Lord, to found this organization. I thank you for the leadership team, the board. I thank you for all those who've come together for this gathering. I pray that there would be a blessing upon each one, God, today, as we listen to the speakers, as we anticipate all that you're going to do. I pray that your spirit would be present with us and that we would sense and know your power. Lord, I pray that your Holy Spirit would lead and guide this program. I pray that as this organization launches, that the dreams that were planted in the founder's heart, God, would come to pass with a great team of people. I thank you for each person here today. May we walk away with a blessing so that we might be a blessing to others, particularly for those who've been harmed and need healing, for those who are struggling and need strength, and for those, God, who need an advocate. Would you raise our voices today as one? In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Ran. I'll come back now and also have some other people here. Are there any ones here who are supposed to do goodwill messages so that we let them do theirs and then we link up with the hall and see who will be doing their goodwill messages there too before I will bring in Lady Esther Bond for her presentation. So if we have anyone here who wants to also do goodwill messages, we'll have them. But permit me to quickly just read out a few messages that are here. Many of the messages are here, but I just take a few. And then in between the program, I will also be reading some more. This is going out to everyone. And Bartholomew says, thank you, watching live from Ghana. And then Elaine Coffin says, praying for you all over there. We'll have this one here from Isaac Aso. He says, hello, guys. I'm watching from Texas. Thank you so much, Isaac. And then we have a Marachi Okorafor. It says, hi, everyone. I am watching live from Nigeria. Wow, thank you, thank you, thank you. So if we have anyone who's got goodwill messages to give here, I know there are a lot of them in the hall. Maybe we'll take one or two here and then let Lady Esther come up with her presentation, and then we can still take more goodwill messages as the program unfolds. I know they are trying to connect to the hall, but we're being also watched on YouTube and then from the website of SieDi-Hub. And so this is going on. So do we have anyone here who, organizations or individuals who are doing goodwill messages that are here? Okay, let me address this here from Bartholomew again. It says we can't hear those in the meeting hall well, and it seems they can't hear from our panelists too. Please, the technical team should kindly work on resolving that. Yes, they are working on it right now, but we're streaming live on YouTube, and that's why we can't also wait for the hall to connect with us. As soon as they're able to do that and we're on the projector, we will continue with them. Grace Michael says, hello everyone watching from the UK. Okay, so while we wait for more goodwill messages, which we know they will come in, I'd like to ask Lady Esther if you're ready to start off your presentation so we don't take too much time. If you are, then since we're also on YouTube, we believe that others are watching from that axis of YouTube. And if you're ready, we could just have you. And in between, every other organization that comes in or the network lets them come in, we could take their goodwill messages. Titi, are you one of those who will be doing goodwill messages?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello, Titi?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Are you one of those who will be doing goodwill messages?
Thank you very much. My name is Titilayo Ogubambi, and I'm the founder of Boundless Hands Africa Initiative. I'm also one of the board of advisors of SieDi-Hub. I'm really excited to be part of this launch and unveiling today because SieDi-Hub as an organization has found, a gap, especially in the eastern part of Nigeria, and are working towards, bridging that gap. I just want to, applaud them today. Thank you very much for, seeing this opportunity and grabbing it. As Boundless Hands Africa, will always be there to support you, both as partners, as collaborators, and you can always come to us for, any advice you need. Going forward, I wish SieDi-Hub all the very best in their endeavors, and I know there's a lot to come from you. As guests and everybody continue to be online today, I wish each and every one of you all the best. And thank you very much for joining this laudable event. Congratulations, Chinasa Ude and the SieDi-Hub team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Titi. We're giving you a virtual clap. And yes, this is to also say that we're being watched live from across. YouTube is also there, and we're streaming live also on the SieDi-Hub website. So that is that. And thank you so much for that goodwill message. If we have any other person here who is among those that will give goodwill message, please do unmute your mic and then give your goodwill message. And when we take a couple of them, we'll let Esther Agbon come up for her presentation. I think I'm saying Banke Lori there. You said you couldn't hear us before. I saw your message here when you said you couldn't hear us. Can you confirm you can hear us now, Banke?
I can hear you. I was on YouTube earlier, actually, so yeah, I'm delighted to be here.
Oh, yeah. Please go on.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Banke Lorieni, and I'm the Secretary of the Board of Directors of Raising New Voices Initiative, a non-governmental organization in Nigeria working on inclusive governance and legislative reforms. I would like to congratulate the Board of Directors, the founders, and Chinasa on the establishment or the launch of this great organization. And I believe that there's a lot to be done in the country, particularly in the eastern part of Nigeria. And we at Raising New Voices are excited to partner with SieDi-Hub in the coming years. We look forward to all the good work that we'll do together, and we're optimistic about the future of this great organization. So congratulations, Chinasa, and congratulations to the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Banke, and thanks for joining. Thank you for that, also knowing that you were on YouTube before. With the feedbacks we're getting, will soon be joined or linked to the hall, so we can also know what's going on there, because this is a hybrid program, and in between, they might just take us off and put us into the hall as well. I'll take a couple of more messages here and then quickly bring in Esther to be with us. This one is from Grace Michael. I think I've read this one before, but this is also to say, if you're watching us now and you want to drop your comments, please drop it on the comment section. We'll read them. For every presentation that goes on and you'd like to ask questions to either our guest speakers or the people in the hall, if you drop them here, it will be projected and then they can see it also there. So thank you so much. So Amarachi Okorafor says, yes, we can hear you. Okay, thank you for that feedback. So yes, I'll still find out if we have any more goodwill messages, whether from here or for those who will be joining us shortly. I think everyone's joined us now here. If we have any goodwill message, please do unmute and then open up your video and do your goodwill message. We're trying to take as many goodwill messages as we can for a couple of seconds and minutes, and then we'll call on Esther Agbon to do her presentation. Okay, so some messages are still here, and we will read them as the program progresses. But this is to say thank you to everyone who's been sending messages. Yes. I'll also find out from the hall what's happening, so that when we eventually are signed into the hall and the projector is working, we could also join in and know what they are doing over there. But this is to say thank you to everyone here too, for your patience. But you know how it is with network and network issues. It could always be like that sometimes, especially for hybrid programs like this. But then things will get better someday. So thank you so much for everything. If Esther is ready, I'd like to have you do your presentation. Esther will be talking about using participatory processes in strengthening systems and governance at state level. So I'd like to take her, because we also know there are people online and they might want to ask you questions shortly after your presentation. So it's a good thing we don't keep them waiting. But while Esther is on, if you have questions for her or any other thing concerning the program, please drop them in the comment section and we'll read them. Even our guests can also see the comments, and then they will respond to them. If you have questions for anybody that comes up here, aside Esther and every other person, please drop it in the comment section and we'll pop it up on the screen and then they can do it. Esther, you'd like to take it off from there, and congratulations for being here, for all of us seeing today the unveiling of SieDi-Hub. It's a thing of joy for all of us. We are one way or the other supporting Chinasa and also helping out in some of the things she's already doing in our organization. So Esther, God bless you for coming. You can take it away now.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you so much. And I want to seize this opportunity to welcome everyone and to say a brief goodwill for SieDi-Hub. Chinasa, the visionary and founder of SieDi-Hub, has been a colleague of mine, and I see the energy, I see the vision, and I see the determination and intention for her to give back to the society. And so I really am been, should I say, um, also lucky to be part of the governance structure of SieDi. So I hope to also chip in my best to support in developing our country. So Chinasa, SieDi-Hub, and everyone here, congratulations to you for this great vision that you have and that has manifested into reality today. Um, my name is Esther Agon, and I'm the country lead for Evidence for Action Mamaye in Nigeria. In Mamaye, we champion the cause for safer births for mothers, and survival of children. Today, I've been asked to speak to the topic around strengthening systems and governance processes at state level. And to set the background to this, I am going to ask us or take us through what systems look like, what is governance. By the time we set up that basic understanding around systems and around governance, then we now look at how these systems work. What are the elements that really should be sort of facilitate systems and governance coming together to work successfully. And so we'll look at that and then also be able to talk about some of the processes and some of maybe the procedures that is needed to ensure that we strengthen systems and governance. And then we'll now look at some of the examples. So to start with, we'd love to set a background around systems. What does it mean? A simple definition, like you all know, you can Google it. You'll find out that systems basically is a set of things working together as parts of a mechanism or interconnecting network. It could be complex, when you look at some of the systems, we always talk about health systems. Some of us talk about the educational system. We hear about the transport system and all of that. Picking out one of them, for instance, if you look at the education system and you say what constitutes the education system, you'll find out that within systems, there are systems as well. So, I mean, just a little bit of example, you say in the education system, you have, the primary education, you have secondary education, you have tertiary education. You want to talk about teachers, you want to talk about sets of curriculum, you want to even talk about sporting in sports that come into, physical activities. All of that make up the system. But within one of those systems, if you pick up primary education, for instance, you look at the children involved, you look at the teachers, the kind of teachers that would teach the children at that level. You look at even the structures of the kind of buildings you need to have at that level. So within every system there are systems, and so like the definition says, it could be complex, but it has to come together, bits and pieces coming together to make complete that system. For some example, I know SieDi-Hub is going to go into education, is going to look at the social system, for instance, looking at every other thing that affects, governance within the state, not just health. But I picked an example within health to say that if we're looking at the health system, for instance, some of us might be very familiar with uh, basically many of the health system blocks. You hear leadership and governance, you hear the health financing, you talk about service delivery within the health system, workforce, and access to essential medicines. Each of those is a system on its own. Each of those constitute bits and pieces of, putting together units of work that comes together as a block. And then for the sole purpose of ensuring that it delivers on whatever objective or whatever purpose or goal that it has been set to achieve. So, for instance, if you look at the service delivery system within the health system, some of them are also very interdependent. You can't talk about service delivery within the health system and you don't talk about financing, for instance. So each of those systems work. And so, like you see in the annotation beside it, every little bit of things. The medicines are there for it to set up that system. The doctors are there for the systems to work. The patients have to be there. Then I have to also look at what works for each person, taking into consideration what the patient's needs and priorities are. So it's a whole lot ensuring that systems work. So we need to have that at the background when we think around strengthening systems. How do we manage systems and how do we strengthen them? So just looking at one bit of it and one unit of it and saying that you are strengthening a system, of course, you might be adding up to it, but it's important that we work collaboratively to ensure that we have a systems perspective that looks at a whole gamut, the whole structure. Where you cannot reach out to the other system, you ensure that you are collaborating or you are cooperating or you are complementing to ensure that the system works and the interdependence is also being effective and being worked at the same time. And then we talked about looking at governance. What in essence is governance? Governance is just the system by which an organization is controlled or operates and the mechanisms at which it and its people are held to account. So that basically, some of the structures that, or the subsets of governance, and that includes autonomy, accountability, decision making. So those all together come and work. And at the core of all of this is sort of if evidence, working with data and planning. So this informs decision making. This might not be here in the definition, but just to know that when you work to strengthen governance system, you don't work blindly. You must depend on information. You must depend on data. You must depend on evidence. What is that evidence that would inform your decision making? So it's important that at all times we have enough information that we're working with. We have enough data that we're working with to ensure that the decisions that we make far reaching to strengthen the system. Now, there needs to be autonomy, there needs to be that authority as well that goes with it. So, where there's no authority, then sometimes those decisions are not taken to fruition. So, you may want to ask, as we talk about strengthening governance systems, and we talk about the population we're talking to today, mostly our young people. How would you get involved in governance, for instance? Okay, how would you get your voices heard? How would you have that, what do you say, authority? Yes, there are ways those authorities can come, and I will talk to you about it much later as we go on in discussing governance. But just to rest assured that there is no governance without accountability. Accountability comes in as a very key subset around governance because there has to be a downward accountability, there has to be an upward accountability. So you are being accountable to people that you are a voice to, and then you are also accountable to people who are in authority, who have been put there to deliver services or to run the government, for instance, and deliver or support the system's work. So they have to be accountable to the people. And who will make them accountable? Yes, for some of them, they are independently accountable, but others need to be held accountable. And so today, again, is a reason for us to talk to our audiences, and especially those in at the state level right now at gathering in the hall, to say that you need to take that responsibility to hold government and governance issues to book. People need to account for what they have been put in authority for. So you also need to know that in terms of governance, there's some elements that need to be taken into consideration, and that is ethics, risk management, compliance, and administration. All of these are elements of governance that we need to take into consideration. But for us today, there are some very important aspects of governance that would help us strengthen systems as well. And those important elements we want to focus on today is participation and inclusion. And in terms of participation, we need to ensure that people participate, not just all the people who are, you know, ordinarily would not be able to access maybe different platforms. We want ordinary citizens to be able to, on their own, be part of these discussions, be it at the local community, be it at the state level. So, how are we going to ensure that people participate at this fora that would ensure that we strengthen systems? Now, there are ways in which we participate that oftentimes people say, yes, they were there, they participated at that function or they participated at that meeting. CSOs have been participating, youth groups have been participating in this community, we have been. But there's what you call the passive participation. You are present physically, but you are not there. What are you doing? What will you do that will make your participation active? And so we want active participants in all that we do. We want people to be able to take and make decisions in planning, decisions in monitoring projects, decisions in monitoring those systems that we've talked about. Because if we are not contributing to, setting up and planning and ensuring that the systems work, if you are not part of working at ensuring that budgets are implemented in the way they should, then how else would you say you are participating? So it's important that as young people, as elderly, as women, as children, as beneficiaries of these issues, whether city will be very focused on women's issues, empowerment, youth, and all of that, we have to participate also as, I wouldn't want to use the word beneficiaries, but as people who, who are at the end, at the front line, and that will receive these interventions, we also have to have a voice and be part of whatever programs are in existence. And the most important thing today for all of us who will agree in Nigeria is the fact that we need participation at all levels, and especially at the community level. That is where participation is lacking. So you go to a particular facility today, and people will tell you, a woman will say, I won't deliver my baby at that facility. It doesn't have water, it doesn't have good sanitation practices, there are no nurses, etc. Yes, this is true. But what have we done at the community level to ensure that we make our voices heard? So now is the time to be actively involved at your community level and at your local government level. And I've told you that there are many ways to get involved. Even as a group, you can be involved. CD is here to guide and to direct us on how we can, come together as networks to facilitate that discussion at different levels at the state level. So looking at strengthening systems through inclusion, we just really have to be deliberate about including people, right? It's not just about participation. Who participates? The male and the females. Adults are always involved. They're always sitting at the table. Where are the young people? Where are people living with disability or people with challenges? Where are they sitting on the table? Where are we talking about, mental disability today? There are things that people don't want to talk about. Where are the minority groups? We have those issues. They are real in Nigeria. As Nigeria as a bloc, and even within the states. I come from a state in the South as well, where we talk about minority communities. And I'm from one of those sort of communities where, you have to struggle to sit at the table within your state. So again, being a minority or being ascribed that name minority does not mean you should accept it and not do anything. So you have to be active and seek ways of being at the table. So our inclusion at this level say needs to be deliberate and needs to be intentional. When you want to participate, what exactly do you want to do and how do you want to do what you want to do? So we have to be deliberate about it. And then also we have to consider looking at an integrated approach, not only to inclusion but also to participation. What do I mean by integrated governance approach? Yes, before now we always look at things maybe sort of in ways on silos, and by the time we begin to look at the holistic picture, then we may have dropped the ball somewhere or others are dropping the ball. So by the time we insist on looking at things holistically, then we are sure that we are heading towards a common goal. Now, so for instance, I know that capacities are not are the same everywhere. We know that not there's no individual organization that is able to pursue all of these goals together. So that is where the issue of integrated governance comes in. So how do we look at sectors? Do we look at different stakeholders that need to be involved? We need to look at different levels of participation. And then I will explain to you what levels and stakeholders mean. For instance, the levels we are talking about here is community level, state level, local government level. Those levels of governance need to be looked at any point in time. So take, for instance, you are working at strengthening systems within the education sector and you are working at the state level, but you forget that before people come to the state level, some communities, you know, children go to school there or may not even be going to school there, but need to come out to maybe the state to attend a secondary school. What have you done about the back end? You may not be able to do that, but are there connections and collaborations that you're going to put together to ensure that there's that link across those levels? Now, for the stakeholders, who are you going to bring on board across community level, state level, to ensure that everyone is talking to themselves and across organizations? For sectors, are you going to look at education in silo, or rather look at education as it affects health and as it affects the economy as well, and bring everyone on the table? So that's what I mean by integrated governance approach, right? And so we need to ask ourselves, when we are working around integrated governance approach, what are some of the things that we need to take into consideration? Now, the relationships, how are these relationships working? If you have brought people to the table, for instance, the different sectors, the public, the private, and the government, they also have responsibilities to play within the sectors that you want to work in. So again, you have to put all of those together. What challenges are they facing, and what sort of governance instruments would help your work? So do you need a policy to be put in place? Do you need some maybe legal backing, a law that you push? What sort of funding? Where you get resources from? How do you mobilize resources? And then you look at sort of the procedures that are in place, or some of the structures that may help you to achieve the certain goals that you want to achieve, right? And then I'll just quickly round up by saying that yes, in evidence for action, we have been working with the health sector for quite some years right now. And then we work with multi-stakeholder partnerships at the state level called state-led accountability mechanisms. And what they do, if you look at that diagram, if it's clear on your screen, you see that they have subcommittees. They have one on evidence, which generates evidence around the issue that they need to discuss and then put it on the table. The advocacy subcommittee takes it out, they push it out through several mediums, and then as a result, or take the advocacy even to the government. However, within this multi-stakeholder platform, we have government, private sector, and civil society, ordinary people being represented there, taking decisions for the state as it regards issues around maternal and newborn health. We've done that across some states, and there have been some very beautiful results that we can attest to. So I can say that this really works when you bring everyone to the table. But then we need to start looking at an integrated approach to governance. And then finally, I would say that through SieDi-Hub, you can engage meaningfully in strengthening systems and governance in your community, local government, and state. What I mean by this statement is that SieDi-Hub can direct, can give the guidance, can give the technical assistance for you to congregate, for you to be able to associate and coalesce for the sole purpose of strengthening systems within your state and enhancing accountable governance. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Esther, for this. I'm trying to remove your slides. Maybe you need to do that from your end, Esther.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Yes, it's good now. So thank you so much for that. We're still live here on the unveiling of SieDi-Hub. So many people are watching, and if you have a question for our first speaker who just finished now on strengthening systems and governance at state levels, please drop them on the comment section. I also understand that they are about to project from the hall, so we'll be joining them shortly for a few goodwill messages. But thank you so much for Esther. I really, Esther, for that beautiful presentation. I really love the fact where you talked about participation, and you mentioned something very key. You might be physical in a place, but your mind is not there, So that's why sometimes in the NGO space, we say it's active participation and not meditation, as some people will do. They'll sleep off while in a hall, and when you talk, they say they were meditating, So I'm really happy, Esther, you mentioned active participation, not just being physical anywhere, but also being in tune and being able to interact. We're having a lot of messages here, but I don't know if we are connected to the hall now, so we could have some goodwill messages. And then if there are questions for our guests, our first speaker, please, anyone who has any question for Esther can just let us know, and then we'll bring them on. But let me read a few more messages that came in so we don't leave them hanging and they don't become too many and we can't read all of them. So as they come, we just read them. I got this one here from Benjamin. He says, glad to be here. And Benjamin, a second time, says, I am from Ghana. Chinyere Egbuta says, hello everyone watching from Aba, Nigeria. And then Gombe Ibrahim says, hi everyone, Mr. Gombe from Nigeria. And then another one is from Okocha Okenwa. He says, thank you, Ma. I guess he's referring to you, Esther, for your presentation. Okay, so quickly, if we have anyone else who wants to do goodwill message before we bring in a keynote speaker to do his presentation, that's Barrister Igbiri Ifegu. If we have anyone who still wants to do some goodwill, or if we are being taken to the hall. Chinasa, can we know the situation of things from the hall? Are we being joined now, or we're joining soon? What next should we be doing? Chinasa, if you are here, could you just let us know?
Yes, I think the hall, they are ready. So we unmute.
Okay, so we'll mute from this side, and then when it's time, you just
Hold on.
let us.
I cannot unmute them. So go on. I think we'll have the the keynote speaker.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you very much, Chinasa, and thanks to everyone. Thank you, Esther. If the messages for you.
We have the digital campaign manager for one campaign trying to join us right now. So to give his goodwill message, but it seems like he's having connection challenge. So when he is able to join, we can give him the audience to deliver his goodwill message. So take it off, Igbira.
Okay, thank you so much.
He's
here.
Here? Yes.
Oh, okay. So Barrister Igbiri, just give us a few seconds. Let's quickly take a goodwill message and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chinasa. Thank you, Emmanuel, and good afternoon to everybody. Once again, my name is Olawale Makanjola. I'm the digital campaigns manager for One in Nigeria, and we are so excited to be part of this wonderful idea, the SieDi-Hub unveiling, and not just because they invited us, because Chinasa, who is the co-founder or founder of this laudable initiative, she is one of us in one. She was one of our pioneer, set of volunteers in Nigeria when we started the One Champions program, and she has been an exemplary person in terms of what she did with us at one and what she continued to do. So that's why we have this fantastic relationship with her. With regards to what SieDi-Hub is doing today, early last year we started talking about how do we improve, how do we increase opportunities for young people in Africa, and that bettered our own campaign called the Jobs Now Africa campaign, and it was something that we started with uh, loads of partners across the continent, and it's all about creating more opportunities for young Africans in terms of access to quality jobs and an improved way of life. And our objective is to create at least help create or stimulate at least uh, 1 million jobs across the continent per year before the year 2025. And when Chinas had reached out to talk about this innovation hub, we were like, oh, this actually aligns with what we already planned internally as one. And that is why we are very, very excited to be part of this initiative. So we'll be working with the organization in making sure that our own objective aligns with theirs, and of course we have champions, 60 of them across Nigeria, and we have 2 in Abia State, so that makes it a good place for us to start when we talk of our partnership with SieDi-Hub. And of course, one of our partners is one of our champions is physically present there, and we are looking forward to more collaborations with SieDi-Hub. And I think I will stop here and wish you guys all the best on behalf of our country director Stanley and members of the One Team in Nigeria. We are wishing SieDi-Hub all the best in terms of what they are they set out to do. And of course, if there are opportunities for us to further support you, Chinasa, you know what to do. We're just like an email or a phone call away. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to be part of this, and have a great rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ola. Good to see you again. And it's an amazing one that one.org gave us that opportunity to do some of the things we're doing now, and thank you for that goodwill message. Chinasa, are we going back to the hall, or should we go on to have Barrister for his presentation?
The hall is ready.
Oh, okay. So, Mark, how are you doing over there? I can see people seated in the hall, and we hope everything is going well. Before now, we had a few goodwill messages from Titi and a couple of others, and Lady Esther just finished her own first presentation on strengthening system and governance at state levels. So if people have questions in the hall, they could drop it wherever. I think you will announce that for them, so we could pass it on here. But everyone from this angle is watching, and we can see you, Mark, so you can take it away from here.
Emmanuel, please go on. The hall, they are not ready.
Okay, so when the hall gets ready, we could just join them. I think they are calling someone there. I think it
but
has
they are
to.
muted. But they are
Yeah.
muted.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let's take Barrister Gbiri for now, because he's been waiting for a while. But quickly, Barrister, let me read a few messages here so you can also see that others are joining us. And then if they have their questions or comments for you, just as they've done with Esther, you can also be able to respond. This is from Amarachi Okorafor. It says, awesome presentation. Thank you, Esther. And then Chinyere Buta says, yes, I can hear. A third time around from Gombe Ibrahim. It says, wonderful presentation and timely. Governance and system strengthening has to do with inclusivity or inclusiveness across board. How do we address the aspect of participatory budgeting and the issue of release?
Non-governmental organization is coming in to support
So let's quickly
women
just
and
take them and
children
then we'll
in the
come back.
state, to support youths in the state. So for us, it is a welcome development. I listened to the talk on participation. Governance is all around people making contributions to making their lives better. And I believe that with a partner, another partner coming on board in the state is going to help with our healthcare indices. When we talk about indices around maternal health, indices around lives of children, indices around employment opportunities for young people. We believe that another partner coming on board to support the work in the state is going to be very beneficial to the state. We believe it is going to improve our figures and our outcomes moving forward. We believe that a stronger partnership, because other states in the country have more partners than we have in our state. And so I would urge all those present, those from government and other non-governmental organizations, to extend a positive handshake to this group as they come into the state, and to help. A partner comes to support and help in delivering results. So I am calling on the government of the state, participant here, to see how to assist this group in delivering their goals and objectives, because at the end of it is the fact that we are going to be better off. At the end of it is the fact that the health of our people is going to improve. At the end of it is the fact that we will have more dividends of participation. So I want to thank the organizers, the divisional of SieDi-Hub. I want to thank her for this initiative. I want to thank all those that have been able to put together this. I want to say that the World Health Organization, being the principal partner of support in Abia State, will be here, and we will always have opportunities for linkages. We're open to be part of what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Round of applause for her. Thank you so much for accepting to work with SieDi-Hub. Thank you. We will not take your partnership for granted. I love to say that. Thank you. A wonderful speech right there from the representative of WHO here in Abia State. Like I said before, we also have someone from the Ministry of Women Affairs joining us this afternoon. A round of applause as she makes her way down to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I bring you greetings from Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. I'm here to represent the Commission, and I have an address written by the Commission, and it reads: Representative of the Honorable Commissioner of Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Abia State, Mrs. Nana Yakamaka, Director. Development. On the inclusive empowerment and social development, SieDi-Hub, an unveiling of its goals, objectives, and strategic plans for the year 2020 to 2023 at the SieDi-Hub Foundation, Umuahia, 2020. Please, protocols observed. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Commissioner, Deaconess Nena Rose Orenta, and Staff Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Umuahia State. Access to education, healthcare, jobs, and improved livelihood remains a major challenge to many of our women and children in our in low-income communities. They are often included from economic empowerment, opportunities, dialogue, communities, and peace building processes. Most times, women in particular are also troubled with increased economic burden. In many of them become heads of household and their voices melted by opportunities, cultural and traditional practices. As the Ministry of Women Affairs saddled with the responsibilities of protecting and protecting the excuse me, let me
It's hard. Okay.
As the Ministry of Women Affairs saddled with the responsibilities of protecting and promoting the interests of the children, women, and vulnerable persons, we are greatly concerned about the impact that all this have on them, and we are always willing and ready to actively engage in projects, programs, and activities to support the all-round development, growth, and prosperity of children, women, and vulnerable persons across the states. The Ministry of Women Affairs is particularly grateful in Innovation Hub for inclusiveness, empowerment, and social development, SieDi-Hub, for this novel project and in inspiring hope and contributed towards improving the overall well-being of people, especially women, children, and vulnerable persons in severe and low-source communities. We hereby believe that this is a collective responsibility and all hands must be on deck. Thank you and God bless you.
A round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming around this afternoon and delivering that beautiful speech right here. Well, we still have one more person. I don't know if you are ready to deliver your goodwill message. And she is from One Champion. A round of applause for her. She makes her way to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Kelechi Olohasti. I'm a One Champion in Abia State, and I'll be presenting one in Nigeria in this event. And just as our digital communications manager Olawale had earlier said, one is an organization campaigning towards ending extreme poverty and preventable diseases. So we intend to help people achieve a life of opportunity and dignity. So most of our projects are primarily geared towards access to justice and equality. So as a result, we are grateful to SieDi-Hub for the opportunity to partner with them. And going forward, we look forward to collaborations and participating in future events. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was succinct. I appreciate you coming around this afternoon. And then as we proceed right here, we'll have more goodwill messages live on stage this afternoon. It's Big Hope Foundation. And of course, what is happening here is the official unveil of SieDi-Hub, an innovation hub that is driving inclusiveness. A lot of gap in the society today. SieDi-Hub has come to close. Well, we also have a media personality right here. Of course, you know, whatever it is you're doing, information is power. You are going to break boundaries in whatever it is you're doing. You're definitely going to have to need the assistance of the media. And then she is with us right here this afternoon. I'm talking about Chioma Nkwanta from Blue FM. A round of applause for her. Did I call you baby? Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here today. Yesterday, some members of SieDi-Hub were with us at the station, and we talked about SieDi-Hub on air. We talked about everything concerning SieDi-Hub. And I must say that it's a welcome innovation here in Umahia. I mean, SieDi-Hub has got a package that everyone is looking out for, and hopefully it will be here for 100 years. Congratulations to SieDi-Hub today, starting off in the city of Umahia, and of course, Flow FM is always ready to partner with SieDi-Hub. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman, for that. Thank you for actually making us understand that the door is always open whenever we come knocking, right? Thank you so much. Well, moving on right now, we'll go straight to our keynote speaker. I do not know if Emmanuel is ready for us right now. If Emmanuel is ready for us, let us quickly go over and take our keynote address from our keynote speaker. I'm talking about Barrister Ebiri Ifegu Ebiri. He's standing by and waiting for us right now. Emmanuel,
okay.
Handing straight back to you.
Thank you so much, Mark. And thanks to everyone who's done their goodwill messages over there. So sadly that when we had us from the virtual angle, the projector didn't connect, but now that we're here, thank you so much. We had previously people who did their goodwill messages, and we also had a representative from One Olawale here who did his. And we also had the first presentation from Esther Agbon. She's the country lead evidence for Action Mamaye. And yes, I will be bringing in our keynote speaker, Barrister Ebiri Ifegu. He's a Council International Monetary Fund. He's been standing by for a long while now, but I'll just bring him on so that he can have the floor. And this is to remind everyone that's watching right now that you can drop your comments and questions for all our guests, whether they are physical in Umahia or online. For everyone watching, if you have your comments or questions for our guests or anything you want to say in congratulating SieDi-Hub on the unveiling today, please drop them in the comment section, and we will read them as the program progresses. So let's bring in Barrister now. He's been really waiting for so long. Barrister, thank you so much for your patience. You have the floor, do your introduction, and go on with your keynote presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Emmanuel, and I am very happy to be here today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will not want to take much of your time because we've already expended so much, so I would like to just take the floor and then give my keynote address, summarize, and then give room for other people to speak. But before I dive into that, I would like to extend my gratitude to SieDi-Hub, ably coordinated by Chinasa Imo, for extending to me this invitation to be the guest of honor and a rare opportunity to be your keynote speaker this afternoon. It is my singular honor to be here, albeit virtually, and I cannot fail to congratulate SieDi-Hub and his leadership on today's launch. I am more than confident that this hub will live up to its promises and indeed mainstream innovation for inclusiveness, empowerment, and social development. Without any further ado, I'll be speaking to you today on a topic titled Legal Framework for Achieving Social Justice and Empowerment in Nigeria. Before I dive into the keynote address I have for you today, I would like to put forward a little bit of a disclaimer that whatever opinion that I express here today are solely mine and mine alone, and they do not in any way express or represent the views or opinions of my employer. So having said that, I truly understand and appreciate the fact that this august audience is a critical mass of people from different walks of life and professions. So even though I'm a lawyer and speaking as a lawyer and speaking on a legal topic, I'll try to be mindful of the fact that some people might not follow everything I will say. So I'm going to be very lean on any form of legal jargons or what have you. So to that end, while the topic for today is legal in nature, and thus ordinarily will require a preponderant focus on legal provisions and pronouncements, I will do my best not to bore you with loads of them. Lawyers like to say sections this, subsection that, paragraph this, subparagraph that. I'm not going to bore you with all that today. So I will just try to share some light on the concepts that are underpinned in the topic for today, because I consider it fitting to do so given the diversity of the audience and to ensure everyone follows my thoughts. When we speak of legal framework, we need to understand what a legal framework is. The Law Insider defines legal framework as a set of laws, regulations, and rules that apply in a particular country. So legal framework basically it comprises a set of documents that include a constitution, legislation, regulations, contracts, etc. Thus, in the context of our discussion today, we are looking at the set of laws, regulations, and rules that helps Nigeria as a country to achieve social justice and empowerment. So in the interest of time, I'll try to limit the the legislative provisions I will refer to just the constitution, because it is the supreme law in Nigeria. And when I say supreme law, that is every other law is subservient to the constitution. So I will just refer only to the constitution. And then, having described what a legal framework means, I would like to occupy myself now with what social justice, which is the main concept in our topic today, is. As you may know, different people have varying approach to defining what social justice means. But today, I will just simply define social justice to be a concept that all people should have equal access to wealth, health, well-being, privileges, and opportunity. Social justice means justice in terms of the distribution of wealth, opportunities, and privileges within a society. According to the oxfordreference.com, social justice is the objective of creating a fair and equal society in which each individual, everyone, matters. Their rights are recognized and protected, and privileges, the way people's rights are recognized and protected, and decisions are made in a manner that ensure that there is fairness and honesty. So in sum, social justice refers to a political and philosophical theory that focuses on the concept of fairness in relations between individuals in society and equal access to wealth, opportunities, and social privileges in a society. So as a concept, social justice first emerged in the English lexicon in the 19th century during the Industrial Revolution. So most of you will know what the Industrial Revolution is. That is the time in the world when there were a lot of innovation in how to make sure that the industrial sector grew. So instead of just using the manual labor and all that, there was so much emphasis on creating devices that will make labor easier and faster and all that. So the evolution, I dare say, is because of some gaping disparities in wealth and social standing, which were perpetuated through a protracted era of unjust social structure. Social justice emerged as a concept to promote more egalitarian societies and to reduce the exploitation of certain marginalized groups. At that point, and when I say at that point, I'm referring to the 19th century, social justice initially engaged issues such as distribution of capital, property, and wealth, given the extreme levels of inequality and economic distress prevalent at the time, which basically resulted from the kind of social class structure that existed in Europe. So, in contemporary times, social justice has emerged as with some form of nuanced difference from what it used to be. Social justice now has assumed a stronger emphasis on human rights and improving the lives of disadvantaged and marginalized groups that have historically faced discrimination in society. Many of these groups have been discriminated against based on factors such as sex, age, wealth, ethnicity, heritage, social justice, social status, religion, and others. Social justice often leads to efforts to redistribute wealth to some of the underprivileged groups through providing income, jobs, and education support and opportunities. Activities are, as you may know, activists and rights advocates significantly influence the widespread of attention that has been given to social justice today. However, administrators such as governments, non-profit organizations such as SieDi-Hub, etc., are today occupied with the actual implementation of social justice policies. And these organizations are responsible for shaping public policies to address social justice issues. And as a result, political factors influence the extent to which social justice plays a role in the policies shaped by the government and administrators of the day. Indeed, societies pursue social justice initiatives through a multiplicity of approaches as well as government programs, including wealth and income redistribution. For those of you who pay taxes, you will understand that the essence of tax is in order to redistribute income from the wealthy to the less wealthy people in the society. So tax is like a form of social justice measure. And then other government programs that have occupied the space of social justice include government subsidies, protected legal status in employment, and even legalized discrimination against privileged groups through fines and taxes, as I mentioned, and through purges historically. Some of you might have heard of the term called affirmative action. I'll refer to that subsequently in this discussion. At this point, I would like to highlight some of the main principles of social justice that are crucial to properly understanding the concept, because it might be good to situate this within a smaller spectrum instead of just giving you a wide description of what social justice is. And to this end, we'll occupy ourselves with 5 cardinal principles which underpin social justice. 5 of those principles are access to resources, equity, participation. I am so glad that the last speaker, Esther, dwelled so much on participation, and Emmanuel and other people have equally emphasized that. So participation is a crucial principle of social justice, diversity, and human rights. So I will discuss these 5 subsequently. But at this point, you'll recall that in topic that I gave you today, we had the word empowerment, but I have chosen to subsume empowerment into the wider scope of social justice, because I believe social justice is a wider concept than empowerment. So it encapsulates or encompasses empowerment. So I will not bore you with the definition of what empowerment is, but I believe that empowerment is part and parcel of social justice. So now back to the main principles of social justice that I've mentioned to you. Recall, I mentioned 5 already: access to resources, equity, participation, diversity, and human rights. 1, access to resources. This is an important principle of social justice. It refers to the extent to which different socio-economic groups receive equal access to give everyone an equal start in life. Many societies offer a multitude of resources and services for their citizens, such as healthcare. If you live in the UK or you have been to the UK, you know they have a system called the NHS. And the essence of the NHS is to make sure that at least every citizen of the country has an equal access to healthcare. So it is not like what you have in Nigeria, where if you don't have money, you can die. Maybe the cost of your healthcare would have been 10,000 naira. If you don't have 10,000 naira, then you are destined to die. But here in the UK, they have a system that ensures that everyone who is a citizen of the country has access to basic healthcare, so that people will not just die. So you have other things like food. Some countries will strive to a large extent to provide food for its citizenry, shelter, education, and recreational opportunities. However, unequal access to such services often exists. For example, people from wealthy homes tend to be more able to afford better education, healthcare, etc., which will consequentially enable them to be able to obtain good jobs with higher income in the future. So access to resources in our discourse of social justice is very critical. 2, equity. What is equity? You know, some people will think that equity and equality mean the same thing. No, they are different things. Equality means that everybody should be treated on the same pedestal. So all of us should be brought at the same level. But equity is different. Equity is looking at whether that equality you're talking about is indeed fair to some people. For instance, if I come from a poor home and you come from a wealthy home, let's say my dad is the poorest man in the country and your dad is the president of the country, and then we go to school and we are given the same exam or asked to pay the same school fees, you can readily pay that school fees. But for me, whose dad is a pauper, I will not be able to pay it. So that is not equity. That is equality, but equality does not always work in certain contexts. So equity refers to how individuals are given tools specific to their needs and socio-economic status in order to move towards similar outcomes. In contrast with equality, everyone is offered the same tools to move towards the same outcome. Accordingly, treating people equally does not necessarily translate to treating them equitably, given the advanced needs of some individuals and groups. Social justice, when integrated with addressing equity issues, might include advancing policies that provide support to overcome barriers in the form of what is popularly known as affirmative action. Affirmative action has been used in Nigeria in certain circumstances. You hear some politicians or some candidates for election, they will come and promise, oh, when I win, I'm going to give 30% of the appointed position to women. I'm going to give 10% to the youths. So these are affirmative action. They look like you are favoring women or favoring the youth, but you are not really doing that because men have predominated the political space in Nigeria and in most countries. So in order to encourage the disadvantaged class like women and youths, so some politicians will promise, okay, I will give this to the youths, I'll give this to the women. So I have only chosen youth and women because SieDi-Hub focuses on these two. So for instance, okay, no, let me just go straight to discussing the next one, which is participation. Participation here refers to how everyone in society is given a voice, an opportunity to verbalize their opinions and concerns and have a role in any decision making that affects their livelihood and standard of living. And how do you do this in, for instance, in the Nigerian context? You have election, which is coming up next year. Every adult citizen is given equal opportunity to participate by voting who you want to be your next leader. So you have been given a right to verbalize your opinions and concerns through the candidates you will vote in an election. Social injustice, which is the opposite of social justice, occurs when a small group of individuals make decisions for a large group while some people are unable to voice their opinions. So that is not participation. When a tiny bit of the citizenry or the larger population have the right or have arrogated to themselves the privilege to decide what will happen to everyone else. Now I go to diversity, which is the fourth point. Diversity ensures that policymakers understand the value of cultural and other differences, which are especially important to formulate policies that indeed consider the varying groups that exist in the society. In Nigeria today, Nigeria is such a diverse country. You have over 250 ethnic groups. You have countless languages. So any efforts made in the light of social justice should always consider the diversity of people. So you shouldn't just look at the three major tribes, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, and say whatever is good for them is good for others. You have to consider the fact that the minority ethnic groups have needs that are specific to them, maybe because of their smallness. So as a result, you have to always put them into consideration whenever you are making or formulating policies. So it is important to recognize that some groups face more barriers in society, like women, as I've mentioned, and the youths, So I know, for instance, today in Nigeria, we have the not too young to run act, which now enables younger people to participate in election or stand for elections. So, and that is because these people face significant barriers, and the only way to enable them to come up to speed is to give them certain level of attention that is not given to the people who already dominated the society. And then you consider the inequities that policymakers and civil servants. Sorry. I don't know. Can you still hear me? Because
Please go on, Barrister. Please go on.
So it's important to recognize that some groups face more barriers in society, and by considering the inequities, policymakers and civil servants will be in a stronger position to expand opportunities for marginalized or disadvantaged groups. Discrimination in employment on the basis of factors such as race, gender, ethnicity, sex, age, and other characteristics are constant in societies, and enforcing policies to countermand these discriminatory practices and behaviors are one way in which diversity is taken into consideration in making sure that there is social justice. Then lastly, on these 5 cardinal principles of social justice are human rights. And human rights are one of the most important policies of principles of social justice, and they form a foundational part of the concept. Human rights and social justice are certainly interrelated, and it is impossible for one to exist without the other. Human rights are fundamental to societies that respect the civil, economic, political, social, cultural, and legal rights of individuals and governments. Organizations and individuals must be held responsible if they fail to ensure the upholding of these rights. They are extremely important in many societies and are recognized internationally through institutions such as the International Criminal Court. You would have heard of the International Criminal Court prosecuting certain leaders in certain countries because of genocide or what have you. Maybe during an election, they would just send out people to go and exterminate a particular ethnic group or tribe. And then the United Nations Human Rights Council has been very pivotal in advancing these rights. So indeed, the Nigerian Constitution itself and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights guarantees certain human rights. It will interest you that the Nigerian Constitution does not give you all the rights. It only gives you rights that it considers fundamental. So under the Nigerian Constitution, it is not called human rights. They are called fundamental rights because those are rights that the Constitution in its wisdom has considered fundamental for the existence of human being. Whether those rights are enough or sufficient is another ball game that I may not bore you with today. But interestingly, these pieces of legislation draw a lot of their inspiration from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which the United Nations General Assembly adopted in December 1948. And this piece of legislation or declaration is the foundation of most human rights in the countries of the world today. I know I have taken so much time to just give you the background to what I'm going to be discussing next. So at this point, I want to turn to the legal framework in Nigeria that addresses social justice. As I mentioned earlier, and in the interest of time, I will only engage our attention mainly to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. And that is what one legal philosopher called Hans Kelsen referred to as the ground norm in his pure theory of law. In this context, let me clarify that there are 2 chapters in the Nigerian Constitution that make declarations that are important for our discussion today. One is Chapter 2 of the Constitution, and this is otherwise known as the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy. Maybe after this discussion today, you can Google the Nigerian Constitution, just read Chapter 2 of the Constitution. You'll see beautiful proclamations of things that will make your life perfect. But as I will show you, that is nonsensical, because even though it's in the Constitution, it has not even been given any teeth at all to operate. So, on the other hand, is Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which are what we regard as fundamental rights. Fundamental rights to life, fundamental rights to freedom of association, like we can all meet today, is because of the fundamental rights that have been donated to us as citizens of the country. But given the limitedness of the time I have today, I will focus mainly on Chapter 2 instead of Chapter 4 of the Constitution for certain obvious reasons that I will make clear presently. But just suffice it to know or say that any person whose fundamental rights under Chapter 4 of the Constitution have been infracted can initiate an enforcement procedure for their fundamental rights under the well-known and hackneyed legal maxim, ubi jus, ibi remedium. Everybody knows this. Even though you are not a lawyer, people tend to quote this legal maxim, and it simply means that it espouses the principle that where one's right is invaded or destroyed, the law gives you a remedy to protect it or seek damages for any loss that you may have suffered because of somebody invading or infracting your rights. As we will see soon, Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is what I have termed the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy, does not donate to citizens or persons with right to seek redress when these rights, those are the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy, when these rights are infracted upon, the Constitution does not give you the right to seek any redress. And these fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy are predominantly encapsulates what is social justice in the context of Nigerian discourse. So I will now, without any further rhetoric, I'll just let us interrogate some of the beautiful provisions of Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution, which incidentally details certain declarations touching on social justice. But permit me, because this time around I'm just going to pull the Constitution and read copiously from that, because it will, as I read, just pause and ponder and think about some of these beautiful things and ask yourself whether they are at your disposal. Do you have them? Do you enjoy them? Do you know anyone who is enjoying them? Just pause and ponder as I read. So starting from Chapter 13 of the Constitution. Chapter 13 of the Constitution. So you see that it says that it shall be the duty and responsibility of all organs of government and of all authorities and persons exercising legislative, executive, or judicial powers. These are the three powers you have in any country. The legislative power, which is the power to make laws. You have the executive power, which is the power to execute those laws. So who are the executive? The governors, the president, the local government chairman, and their cabinets. These constitute the executive. And the legislature, you have the House of Assembly at the state, and at the national level or the federal level, you have the National Assembly, comprising of the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then you have judicial powers. This is the judiciary. So these are the three powers you have in any democracy. So the Constitution says that these three powers, when you are exercising them, you have to make sure that you conform to and observe and apply the provisions of chapter 2 of this Constitution. So let me read to you some of the provisions. Section 14 says the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a state based on the principles of democracy and social justice. So the Constitution actually says that Nigeria shall be governed based on the doctrine of social justice. And it goes ahead to say, it is hereby accordingly declared that 1, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom government through this Constitution derives all its powers and authority. So sovereignty belongs to you and sovereignty belongs to me. Anybody who is in government today must have received that authority to be govern over us, or the powers to govern over us through us, and that is by election. B, the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. And C, the participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Then 3 says that every level of government in Nigeria must make sure it reflects the federal character of Nigeria and the need to promote national unity and also to command national loyalty, thereby ensuring that there shall be no predominance of persons from a few states or from a few ethnic or other sectional groups in that government or in any of its agencies. Just ask yourself whether this thing I read today is happening in Nigeria or not, whether the government is predominated by people from a particular state or a few ethnic group or whatever. But this shows that the Constitution is looking at diversity, which is one of the fundamental principles of social justice that I've discussed before. But do we have this diversity in the government today? This is for you to pause and ponder. I will not give you my opinion. I just want you to consider them. Then it equally says that the composition of the states, government of the states, the local government council, and every agency of the government or council, and the conduct of the affairs of the government or council shall be carried out in such a manner as to recognize the diversity of the people within its area of authority and the need to promote a sense of belonging and loyalty among all the people of the Federation. And then look at the motto of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which I bet most of you know: unity and faith, peace and progress. So it's equally provided in that place. And then the Constitution goes ahead to say that national integration shall be actively encouraged, while discrimination on the grounds of place of origin, sex, religion, status, ethnic or linguistic association or tie shall be prohibited. The Constitution does this, but are all these discriminations actually prohibited in the society to achieve social justice? This is the food for thought for you and for me. And then it goes ahead to say that the purpose of promoting national integration shall be the duty of the state, and blah, 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 blah. Then let me just engage you with section 16 of the Constitution, which talks about economic powers. And then ask yourself a question again, whether you have this or you see this. It says that the state shall, within the context of the ideals and objectives for which provisions are made in this Constitution, harness the resources of the nation and promote national prosperity and an efficient, a dynamic and self-reliant economy. Is our economy self-reliant? You need to ask yourself. And then it goes ahead to say that the state shall control the national economy in such manner as to secure, 1, the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every citizen on the basis of social justice and equality of status and opportunity. Do you have maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness? And then all these data on the basis of social justice and equality of status and opportunity. Do we have equality of status and opportunities in Nigeria? This is another food for thought. And then it goes ahead to say that without prejudice to the right to operate or participate in the areas of order, that the government shall manage and operate the major sectors of the economy. Then let me just skip some of these other provisions and go to something I want to share with you before I start rounding off. It says that the state shall direct its policies towards ensuring the promotion of a planned and balanced economic development. This is such a lofty provision, a lofty objective, that if actually the state or the government can give it some teeth, everybody in Nigeria will be better off. It says that the state shall direct its policy towards ensuring the promotion of a planned and balanced economic development. Do we have a planned and balanced economic development in Nigeria? This is another point that is up for debate, whether there is anything like that. But I leave it for you to pause and ponder again. It says that the material resources of the nation should be harnessed and distributed as best as possible to serve the common good. Are we harnessing and distributing our resources in a manner to serve the common good? Another point up for debate and another cause for a pause and ponder. Then, that the economic society system of Nigeria should not be operated in such a manner as to permit the concentration of wealth or the means of production and exchange in the hands of few individuals or a group. This is quite laughable because don't we have concentration of wealth or the means of production and exchange in the hands of few individuals or a group in Nigeria? Anyway, it's another point for you to pause and ponder. Then it says that the government should ensure that there is suitable and adequate shelter. Some of you come from villages, and then you know the kind of deplorable conditions some people live in. So do we have suitable and adequate shelter, suitable and adequate food, reasonable national minimum living wage, old age care and pensions, and unemployment, sick benefits, and welfare of the disabled? The Constitution says that this should be provided for all citizens. Okay. And again, the Constitution says that the state social order, that's the social order of Nigeria, or Nigeria's sense of social justice, is founded on the ideals of freedom, equality, and justice. You ask yourself these three terms, how do you feel about them? And then it goes ahead to say that in furtherance of the social order, every citizen shall have equality of rights. Do we have equality of rights? Obligations and opportunities before the law. The sanctity of the human person shall be recognized, and human dignity shall be maintained and enhanced. Government action shall be humane. Exploitation of human or natural resources in any form whatsoever for reasons other than the good of the community shall be prevented. And independence, impartiality, and integrity of courts of law and easy accessibility thereto shall be secured and maintained. Lofty, lofty objectives. But how are these applied and how are they respected? And then it goes ahead to say that the state shall direct its policy towards ensuring many things that I don't want to bore you with. But it goes here to say, to ensure that children, young persons, and the aged are protected against any exploitation whatsoever and against moral and material neglect. I just invite you that, okay, after this, maybe if you are interested in this, you can just Google the Nigerian Constitution and read this chapter 2. It's very lovely, very, very, very lovely provisions that when you read them, you ask yourself whether these things are in play. But let's look at section 18. It says that the government shall direct its policy towards ensuring that there are equal and adequate educational opportunities at all levels. Equal and adequate educational opportunities at all levels. Then that the government shall promote science and technology. Government shall strive to eradicate illiteracy. And to this end, government shall look at the catchword, as and when practicable. I don't think it has been practicable for the government to do this, but it says government shall, as and when practicable, provide free, compulsory, and universal primary education, free secondary education, free university education, and free adult literacy program. If this is executed, everybody in Nigeria will be literate, and illiteracy will not be an issue in Nigeria today. But let me just speak a little bit about the foreign policy objectives of the government, how the Constitution says that it shall be directed. I shall only take one of them. It says that the foreign policy objectives of Nigeria shall be promotion of a just world economic order. So if one of our foreign policy objectives is to promote a just world economic order, do we even have a just national economic order? That's for you to pause and ponder about. And then there are many, many, many things there. But look at 23 that says that the national ethics shall be blah, 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 social justice shall be one of the national ethics of Nigeria. So, as you would have seen, these are all interesting declarations meant to make life livable and to provide a certain level of head start for every Nigerian. But how come we do not all have and enjoy these beautiful things declared in our constitution? Moreover, how come no one has gone to court to enforce these beautiful statements and hold the government accountable for not making our lives as beautiful as our loving constitution has graciously declared? The simple answer is that sometimes the law gives with one hand, but takes with the other. And the point is that when you read the same constitution that provides this, the same constitution takes away all these rights away from you. If you read section 6(6)(c) of the constitution, and I believe any lawyer in the audience or any law student who is already doing constitutional law in their second year will understand that all these rights fall under what we call non-justiciable rights. What is the meaning of justiciability? When you say that something is justiciable, or simply saying justiciability, when lawyers use that term, it means that you can go to court and the court will entertain your grievances. But when your rights are not justiciable, the court will not entertain it. The court will not even welcome the action, because the court will say, my hands are tied. I do not have the power to adjudicate on this matter. So section 6, subsection 6 of the paragraph C of the Nigerian Constitution provides that judicial powers shall not extend to any issue or question as to whether any act or omission by any authority or person, or as to whether any law or any judicial decision is in conformity with the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy set out in chapter 2 of the Constitution. So all these beautiful rights that I've read to you, this is the reason why you don't have them. These things that are meant for social justice in Nigeria, this is the reason why you don't have them. Because even though that the Constitution has given you all these rights, you cannot go to court and enforce it. You cannot sue any state government. You cannot sue the federal government to say, I have a right to be well fed. I have a right to have a good socio-economic status. I have a right to be educated. I have a right to be this and that. They will simply tell you at court, we cannot entertain this claim because these are non-justiciable rights. So, just to summarize, where does SieDi-Hub come in? Because today we are all gathered here for the launching of SieDi-Hub. And as you know, and as I've mentioned, and you would have read if you try to engage the website of SieDi-Hub, you see that SieDi-Hub covers two of the disadvantaged sets of people in our society: the youth and women. For instance, section 42 of the Nigerian Constitution says that you should not be discriminated against on the basis of your sex. There's some protection, but there's still discrimination on the basis of people's sex. I knew somebody that they could not give accommodation because they felt like, oh, she was pregnant and she's going to be on maternity leave. So if you're going to be on maternity leave and then you don't have your employment is not providing you with maternity leave with pay, then how are you going to pay for the rent? So this is simply a discrimination against women, because men can never suffer that, because as a man, you are not going to be pregnant. So, but a woman will be pregnant. Again, you've seen in offices where women are pregnant and then they are seeking for a job. The employer will not hire them because they feel like, oh, we'll just hire you today and tomorrow you'll be telling us you want to go on maternity leave. And there are countless myriads of examples that I could give if I have the time. You know them, you see them in your different walks of life. And then let's just engage with the youths for a minute. One thing you need to know is that the Nigerian Constitution does not protect against discrimination based on age. If you read section 42, it doesn't have anything about age. So you can be discriminated against if you are young or you are old. So, and that is why you see in Nigeria today, the youths don't have equal access to certain opportunities. For instance, you want to stand for election. If you don't have the money, how long have you been working to even raise the resources to contest election? So if even though you may have the best ideas, the best agenda for your state or your government or the country, you are not going to win because you don't have the resources. So even though it is not clear that, but it is some form of nuanced discrimination, I don't want to engage you any further with all this. So it means that the youth can be excluded in certain critical decision making in the country. And so when you look at the policy space, the lawmaking space, the executive and the judiciary, what do you see? These are spaces dominated by old people. And when you are not at the table, like there's this common parlance or expression that people have been using to discuss issues about tax, global tax. They say when you are not at the table, then you are on the menu. So if you have not been invited to eat, then they will make you the menu, they will eat you. So that is the problem. When the youths are not at the table, then they are on the menu. So your affairs are not being considered because you are not there to speak. So these are the reasons why an NGO like SieDi-Hub is very critical for our society today. All these things I've been saying is just to come to this very point, that when you have NGOs, they are more granular, unlike the government, because the NGO will actually go into do the actual work of engaging with the people who are disadvantaged, the people who are not privileged enough to have access to the good things of life, like women and youth, which SieDi-Hub has chosen to cover. So what I will say in conclusion is that you need to look around yourself, because when you talk about social justice, you need to look at yourself. I have said a lot of things. Maybe I'm pointing accusing fingers at government. That's not what I'm here to do. But I was just trying to throw some points here and there. But you need to understand that as a person, you ask yourself, are you even extending social justice to other people? For instance, when you are in a society and you are better off, and then you see other people who are not better off, how do you treat them? Do you trample on their rights? Do you just treat them as nobodies? All of us have to be champions of social justice. And one of the ways to be a champion of social justice is to find a way through which you can engage with SieDi-Hub to help them reach their goal. One is you could decide to volunteer for SieDi-Hub and just follow their program to see how you can help to alleviate the suffering or the disadvantages suffered by women and youth in the society. And as Emmanuel mentioned, I looked at the website. There is a donate button. You could donate anything you can. Well, there's one thing I realized during the COVID-19, when the whole economy was shut down in Nigeria. People did not have access to food because most people are peasants. They just go to markets, they sell okra, whatever they make in the day, they use it to eat. And then just a couple of us, we met and decided, okay, what could we do? And then I was surprised that to a granular level that you could use about 15,000 naira or even less to feed a family for 1 month by providing them basic food. So don't worry, maybe your 1,000 naira or your 2,000 naira or whatever you have will go a long way when you support initiatives like this, which will ensure that those who the government may not be able to reach are reached by NGOs such as SieDi-Hub. Again, you can just be an advocate of social justice to see where you see women are being discriminated against or youth are being, or you children, because when you see, particularly in Nigerian society, it doesn't regard children. And that's why maybe an elder will come and the child is sitting down, they will ask the child to stand up for the elder to sit. Like the child cannot fall too. But when you go to advanced societies, you see that children should sit while elders stand because elders can deal with it. I know some of you may not agree with some of these views and think that, okay, they are stretched views, but we need to begin to recognize, even as in our families as parents, that when you see a child, you need to treat that child with dignity. You need to see a child who is not going to school. You see, how can I help this child to be able to go to school? If you don't have the resources to do it, you can partner with SieDi-Hub, who will collect resources from a wide range of people to help. At this juncture, I would like to yield the floor and thank SieDi-Hub and particularly Chinasa for extending to me this invitation to just come and ramble. And I hope maybe my rambling has made sense to some of you. And I am happy to take any question that anyone may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barrister, for that amazing keynote address. And it's so well packed that I kept jotting down. And at some point, I just said, let me just let it go and just concentrate and listen to you. And I believe that's also what's been going on in other people's minds. I'll take a few messages here and I'll move over to Mark to let anyone who has questions for our keynote speaker to also let us know their questions, and he's online here. He will attend to them. But so many messages here are still just talking about people joining us and telling us their life with us here. Divine Snail Farm from Ghana said, good one. Omowumi Afolabi also is giving a thumbs up and a clap. Ikechukwu Ude is also giving a clap to our keynote speaker. And then Pastor Rand also said, great message on justice. Yes, thank you so much. And a highlight for me from what Barrister Biri said is about youth participation. Because if we check the governance space now, it's becoming more and more expensive to even pick up nomination forms. And that already will exclude young people. Where are they going to get all that kind of money from? 100 million for forms. And I think young people should also begin to address that. I think we should also begin to think about Young People's Party, where we can do all of that. Anyway, Mark, if you are there, I'd like to know if you have questions from our participants in the hall. This is about inclusivity. If you're there, I'd like you to let us know if there are questions or comments from anyone. And we keep still saying here, go to the website and you could find the donation button and join in. Nothing is too small, nothing is too big. We need to push the agenda forward. We need to support each other. Mark, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'd like you to unmute the Okay, we apologize for that. Thank you so much once again, Emmanuel, for that. Well, it's been amazing having the keynote speaker give his address right here, and I'm conscious a lot of you were able to jot down one or two things you'd like to ask him right here. It's still standard by to take some of your questions right here. If you have anything at all, if you're confused at any point and then you want him to play your that, it's important to bring it on right here. He will definitely do justice to it. Any questions from the hall? Any? Okay, I think we'll just move on right now. Emmanuel, if you're there, I think we should just move on. By the way, Emmanuel had to reiterate the point on the part where he said we need to get involved as youth and of course as women too. And then at some time, I think that was in 2019 when the president passed the bill, not too young to run. And right now, if you really take time to look at what's happened during the primaries, you agitate for him to pass another bill, and that bill will be not too rich to run. Because seriously, youth are stapled, women are stapled. They are not allowed to participate because most of them they cannot match the muscle of the men financially. So if we should start another kind of agitation, it will be not too rich to run. Well, back to you now, Emmanuel.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark, for that. Like I keep saying, all the efforts that young people put in during the NSAS will be a waste if we can't use that energy and form a formidable force that will take us to the next level. I think young people should begin to think about 2030 and I think young people, please, when people come in, they should mute. Okay, I'd like Chinasa to help us unmute or remove the echo coming in. So, Mark, I heard there's a performance. Could you help us introduce the next person who will be performing for us?
Yes, thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much. Our superstar is already standing by to greet us this afternoon with an amazing performance. And I am talking about superstar Rich Sino. Chinasa, I don't know if Sino is now.
Hi, everyone.
We are waiting.
Hi, guys.
Go on, we are listening and we are watching.
Oh, sorry. So, good afternoon. All right. I'm very, very glad to be here today, and it's a great opportunity and a great honor that I'm part of this great move and this great, idea, spreading words to our generation to, help them to further evolve into the politics and different fields of, our country. So it's a great honor that I'm here, and I'm going to be giving you guys strictly a live performance here from my studio, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you. Okay, man. Still sing song, still on Miami, international boy. Still, baby wonderful. Making my heart go free, yeah, gave it to the pool. Making my crush me rude, yeah, gave it to the pool. Now this guy fine body with it. Hey, gave it for the pool. Now the things that you do, baby, they put me on the cruise, yeah. Ó fi bàdí jókòó ní kọjá mi, ó fi bàdí lu bèbí ṣọkọ, ó pọ̀ jẹ́jẹ́jẹ́, ó pọ̀ tán, ó pọ̀ skúskú, ó pọ̀ gan, ó pọ̀. Hello, senorita, fine face body be like guitar, baby let me run your race 100 kilometer. I no gonna hear my target, Carolina. Me I want ya, me I no go leave ya. Yeah, give me your lighter, wanna smoke my cigar. Me wanna smoke ya like Jamaica ginger. Arizona me lighter from Jamaica. Boom boom, mata we give me. Hey, we give me ginger. Hello senorita. Hey, hello senorita. Be like guitar. Carolina, the way you want me to battle poster. Oh, my love, what quickly, it was gone. It was down. Everybody just when it got down. Everybody little baby shut down. Oh, my jaja, it was down. It was quickly, it was down. It was baby wonderful. Hey. Beautiful, sinner. They make a man crush me, yeah, gave it say that. And this guy fine body where they make a man carry on for your head, gave it for that. And the things that you do, baby, where they put me on the cruise, yeah. Bad man every day me they ginger for you, for you. Trophy, I be your prisoner, baby, I beg you cuff me, yeah. That kind of thing where I get for you, that kind of where they make on you. Screw, screw, screw. Good thing too. In a big time between hey, gave it to the fool, hey. Make a man cross the road, yeah, gave it to the fool. And this kind fine body where they make a man carry on for your head, gave it for the fool. And the things that you do, baby, where they put me on the cruise, yeah. Calm down, man. Baby, shut go. Oh, but jaja, but down. Skr, skr, but down. Hey, see no Miami. Oh, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sino. Thank you for that great performance. And thanks to everyone still here. It's still the unveiling of SieDi-Hub, and I hope and pray that everyone is enjoying every bit of it. Thank you all for being there. Everyone who's been in the hall waiting, everyone who's also online. We've been getting so many feedbacks here and there, and thank you so much. It's a dream come true, I believe, for our sister Chinasa, and it's a dream come true for all of us social workers and activists all across the world. Thank you all so much. And thank you once again, our great musician. I hope you bring home a Grammy someday. Okay, we're still on here, and I'll be bringing our next speaker, Dr. Ejike Oji. But first of all, I'll quickly just read a few messages here, and then we'll go on to Dr. Ejike. He's been here for a very, very long time. Thank you so much, sir, for your patience. I got this one here online from, SieDi-Hub is also saying, thank you very much, Barrister. This is really on point and really stressed the work that we are set to do. Okocha Okemwa says, thank you, sir Egbiri. And Gombe Ibrahim, all the way from Gombe, says, great presentation, Egbiri. I'm concerned about the participation of people with disability. How do we improve on mainstreaming them into governance? And then Robert Jackson said, great, thumbs up. And Amarachi Okorafor also says, wash hands. And then Nuga Best in Ghana says, San Egbiri, you nailed it. Thank you so much. These are all the messages. We'll bring Barrister Egbiri later on to maybe comment on some of these or respond to some of these comments. But I'll just like to bring in Dr. Ejike Oji. He's a senior special advisor to the FCT Minister on Health and Hospital Management. Thank you so much, sir, for being there since we started the show. And thank you so much for your patience, and we welcome you. You can have the floor now, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I bring warm greetings for everybody. Even though I live in Abuja, I'm speaking from Yola, where I had come to do some training for police officers handling rape cases. I would like to share my slides. I don't know whether I can share it or you people can share for me. I think
you can share your screen, sir. We will just
I can share.
Yeah, share. We will add it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it yet.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
So when
Share
you
screen.
share slide,
Share slides. Your computer. Upload. Is it showing now? Okay, still loading.
Hi everyone.
Oh, okay. Is it showing now? Hello?
Yes.
It's showing now.
It's showing now, sir. You can go on.
Okay. I bring you warm greetings, and I'll be speaking on expanding access to healthcare to rural communities. What are the gaps, and how do we bridge the gap to improve service delivery? When we say healthcare to rural communities, what do we really mean? And for me, I would simply say is the ability to for individuals in a rural setting to be able to access affordable, accessible, and qualitative healthcare service. And then in our country, we have a three-tiered approach to healthcare system where we have the primary, secondary, and tertiary care. In some cases, we have what we call the supernumerary care. In fact, in FCT, the National Hospital was supposed to play that role, but somehow we missed it at some point. So at rural areas, it is expected that patients should be able to have access to these levels of care, either by direct access or through referrals. Now, when we talk about rural care, healthcare in its form, we can say that this is by going to the facility of care at the first instance, which should be very close to the user within his or her environment. When they cannot get the care they are then referred to the next level of care, which is the secondary care hospitals. And in Nigeria, we know the general hospitals, not in the local governments in the country, one for each local government. And when the cases cannot be handled at this level, the patient is then sent to tertiary care centers. And we know in Nigeria, we have the teaching hospitals and federal medical centers, which are usually a little farther away and have to be done by transportation. And then as at the last count, I think we have about 34 of them dotted around the country. Now let's look at the rural pathways for care. When somebody is in a rural area, what are the pathways for care? So in terms of processes, someone can get care through two pathways. And the reasons for the referral might be issues of the level of skills of the personnel at the various primary healthcare centers, or the type and level of equipment that we use to do diagnosis and treatment, or even advanced laboratory or radiological services. In some cases, nuclear diagnostic or treatment equipment. So for the primary level care, the patient just either walks to the center or get a transport to it in a very short time. But if for the secondary and tertiary care centers, the patient goes through referral pathways and involves longer distances and transportation by vehicles. So for service delivery outcomes to be optimal, there are various considerations and assumptions. At the primary level, we need to have, in terms of personnel, a nurse midwife supported by community health extension workers called CHOOS as a minimum, even though in some states they are now being manned by medical doctors. Like I know in my community in Ovim, one of the primary healthcare centers is manned by a youth corps doctor occasionally. The service rendered at this level is of primary care nature. There are preventive measures like routine immunization, family planning services, community sanitation and health extension services, delivery services, postnatal care, demand generational activities for family planning, and growth milestone monitoring of infants and young children, and then also issues of nutrition are also talked about. Some cases, when you go see the antenatal care days, you see the nurses talking to the women about how to manage their healthcare needs, but making sure nutrition is the basis of that. Others include treatment for minor ailments, for example, treatment for malaria, cuts and wounds, mild upper respiratory tract infections, and so on. But the bulk of these types of cases treated at this level amount to about 80% of the treatment offered in our healthcare system in the Nigerian care system. So when we look at some of these issues, we look at key issues that affect services at that level and then even beyond, because that somebody is in a rural area doesn't mean if you need services that are beyond the rural area, he or she will not get it. So we look at issues of personnel, we look at issues of equipment, we look at issues of laboratory services, radiological services, nuclear medical diagnostic and treatment services, the general infrastructure, adequate financial support systems, leadership and governance issues, and then we look at service delivery issues. I was glad that Esther Abua, my very good friend, the country team lead of E4A, had actually mentioned some of these key issues, especially dwelling very well on the issues of governance. I'm going to talk a little bit about them to emphasize what she has said. And I was glad that she brought out the issue of SLAM, state level accountability mechanisms, which we have used over the years to do a lot of work at the subnational level. Let us now look at the gaps. Let's look at number one, personnel. Human capital is the most important thing in any healthcare system. Most of our primary care centers, you can hardly see qualified nurses. What you see most often than not are queues, community health extension workers. And you know, they are the lowest cadre of healthcare workers in our healthcare system. They lack the minimum requisite skills to undertake the management of the bulk of cases I enumerated above. And for example, delivery services. I'm bringing out delivery services to mention very, should I say, underline here. A few of you must have heard about the Midwifery Service Scheme, MSS for short, which was introduced years ago. I'm proud to say that myself and my colleagues, we enunciated that MSS and pushed and got our Undersecretary at the UN, Amina Mohammed, to use our MDG goals resources to be able to support that MSS. It worked. Actually, maternal mortality in Nigeria reduced by almost 40%, and Nigeria got 2 international awards. This will just show you how important level of care at that level is. Because if you look at what what had happened, it's just the importance of taking midwives to that level of care. That's what caused that tremendous jump in reducing maternal mortality. Now, equipment, there's also a general lack of the minimum quality and in some cases numbers of required equipment at that level. So it makes it very difficult for patients to be efficiently managed when they get to these centers. And let us look at leadership and governance. Like I said, Esther has done very good work on that, but I would like to just comment here that due to poor leadership and governance related issues, the primary healthcare centers are very poorly run and makes it impossible to attract the required personnel at that level. There's high level of attrition of staff also. Corruption and lack of accountability is also a major part of this problem. And then if we go on to service delivery issues, based on all of these issues raised, there is lack of training and retraining of staff so that staff is not well motivated, properly managed, and this will mean inefficiency and low quality of care of services. And then, you know, the world is evolving very, very much. Certain things that we felt that were not possible before as so possible now. And that means we must grow with the time. Let us also look at the general infrastructure. There's general lack of adequate infrastructure in most of the local government's primary healthcare settings, including dilapidation of existing ones. In fact, under the primary healthcare under one roof, the federal government at some point said that in every local government, one primary healthcare center should be properly, revamped, or at least to make sure that people have places they can go to at that level. Another major problem is the access routes. In some cases, if you look at the three major delays that hamper people to get service, the second one is transportation, and not only just transportation, even access routes to get to the facilities when they are ill. So there are no good access routes in most of these local governments. And some also, due to narrow political interests, some primary healthcare centers are built in places where they are not accessible to the majority of the people who live around that area. Then one of the major constraints is also adequate financial systems. The method of healthcare financing in Nigeria is still very weak. So more than 60% of health expenditure in Nigeria is out of pocket expenditure, making Nigeria one of the highest on that score. So most patients pay from their pockets. And then when you have what we call catastrophic medical expenditure, people get into trouble. They can't afford it. And that will lead to a delay in healing. And then also would mean man hours lost. And then the little resources people are getting to even manage their lives, they won't even go out because they are in subsistence level. They have to go to the farm to harvest to be able to come sell goods to pay for food and other things that they need as a human being. So the lack of proper financing has also made it very, very difficult for Nigerians to get proper rural health care. And then the response to this is that most patients who cannot afford it or who can afford it, go to the next level of care. And then what we have seen from this is that a lot of crowding has gone on onto the secondary and tertiary care, making those hospitals also not very efficient because simple things like headache, malaria, which should have been handled at the primary healthcare level, now bubble up to the secondary and tertiary facilities, overcrowding them and making them run inefficiently too. And then some patients who are too poor and cannot afford to move up the ladder of care suffer consequences either in terms of loss of man hours and income due to delay of getting care, increasing the time of being ill and unproductiveness. And also, in some cases, because of that, people actually die. And I did mention Nigeria has one of the highest maternal mortality rates, including infant mortality, because of this delay in getting care at the appropriate time. And then, now, how do we close these gaps? The universal healthcare coverage is the key. And universal healthcare is defined as coverage refers to a healthcare system where every individual has health coverage. This can be accomplished under a government-run health coverage system or a private health insurance system or a combination of the two. But do we say the government has not done much? Government has done quite a lot, but the problem is the ability to run those things very well and make sure they deliver on the mandates. In Nigeria, there are interventions put in place by the federal government already. Like I had mentioned earlier, the primary healthcare under one roof initiative, which says that every local government should have one functional primary healthcare properly run. Then also the National Health Act that came into place in 2015 provides for 1% of our national consolidated revenue to put in that fund, and 45% of that money was supposed to provide care provide resources to manage primary healthcare centers across the country, and the 45% of that money was supposed to be deployed directly to the primary healthcare centers. And those resources are not supposed to be all that is one size fits all. It's supposed to be a catalytic fund, the minimum fund that will be there to help other people bring their own resources, either donors or even the communities who want self-help to support their primary healthcare centers. In some cases, I was part of encouraging people to adopt one primary healthcare center if you're a goodwill person, so that we can bring services closer to our people. The National Health Insurance Scheme also, the money, 50% of the National Health Act resources was supposed to go to this scheme. And in that intervention, the money is also supposed to target antenatal care, delivery services for women that are pregnant, and then also to treat vulnerables, which were defined under fives, young children under the age of 5, and the elderly people above the age of 65. The National Health Insurance Scheme resources are supposed to take care of that at every primary healthcare level. And then one of the key strategic things about these resources also is the funding of family planning services and making it free in all public hospitals and clinics in Nigeria. I maybe stop a little bit to talk a little bit about this family planning funding. This is one of the most strategic, I would say, purchases any government can make, especially in a place like Nigeria. If you look at all the things that are happening in the country right now, we are just in a demographic crisis because our fertility rate is going up or is up. Our fertility rate is about 5.3, whereas globally, the fertility rate has been brought down to 2.5. Even though in Nigeria we have great regional differences, can be as much as 7.1 in the north and about 4.2 or so in the south. So family planning is a very strategic purchase of any government who really wants to transit for crisis through transition and then to demographic dividend. And that's why I'm quite excited with what SieDi-Hub is trying to do. By the time we encourage women and young people to have things to do, the more they have things to do, the less they be available for mischief. And then the young women, when they go to school, the less they will start having more children because they want to concentrate on their work. Now, the other area is innovation, the use of technology. Telemedicine is here now. During the pandemic, it came out very, very clearly as a future way of doing things. In fact, the World Bank had projected that in the year 2030, the medical field will be the highest growth area sector in the world, growing as much as 17.something%, much more than any other sector, and then creating millions of jobs. So this can also take care of human capital deficit at a very low price. In fact, my organization is developing a telemedicine app that will be launched soon to take care of some of these things, and I've already started discussing with Chinasa how we're going to work with them to also start some of these things in Abia states, which I also come from. So telehealth can assist healthcare systems, organizations, and providers in expanding access to and improve the quality of rural healthcare. Using telehealth in rural areas to deliver and assist with delivery of healthcare services can reduce or minimize challenges and burdens patients encounter, such as transportation issues related to traveling for specialty care. Telemedicine can also improve monitoring, timeliness, and communications within the healthcare system. Telehealth became a more prominent mode of providing healthcare during the COVID-19 pandemic, when patients and providers sought to decrease in-person contact for routine visits. In order to expand access to healthcare from patients' homes and also increase provider flexibility. So laws, reimbursement policy, regulations were temporarily changed through emergency orders and legislation in some countries. So some of these policy changes at the state and federal level may become permanent. And then so it uses telecommunication technology and under electronic data to assist within clinical healthcare services provided at a distance. So this can also include providing education, administrative function, and peer meetings. One of the most common images of telehealth is that of a patient speaking by video conferencing with a healthcare provider which is located remotely or in any part of the world. We can also do remote patient monitoring. In fact, as we speak, my organization is working with an Italian firm to bring in telemedicine booths. which is you walk into that, you can talk to any doctor anywhere in the world, and you can do ranges, can do your lung function test, do your ECG, do your flow, this oxygen level and pulse rate, your weight, your eyes, your ears. So there's so much to do with telemedicine. And then this is the most important way to bridge healthcare at the rural level. And so with this application, which we call the 247medway.com, anyone with access to internet can have an audiovisual consultation with care providers, including doctors, nurses, dietitians, laboratory scientists, pharmacists. Users also will be able to request for an ambulance service, purchase health insurance, and subscribe to health tips on choosing topics. So, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I would like to stop here. And if there are questions, I will be very delighted to take them. Thank you so much. And I also want to say that tomorrow is going to be my birthday. I want you to thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, sir, for that very beautiful one. Thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate. We didn't expect less from a doctor. We didn't expect less from a doctor. So I will be asking if there are people. Please, can those who are not talking mute their mic so we don't get feedbacks and echo? You know, could Chinasa help us from the back end, so that we mute the mics of those who are giving us feedback. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ejike, for that very wonderful one. And like I said earlier on, thank you so much for being patient since we started 12 noon. You've been there. I'll quickly read a few messages here, and I will ask Mark if anybody from the hall has any questions for you as well, so we can take all of them. I got this one here from Jufo Shalom. It says, "Well done, sir." And then a second time around, it says, "This is a very good topic to draw attention on." And then Dufo also says, "Happy birthday in advance to you, sir." I hope he will give us virtual cake as we go on. One thing that stood out for me, sir, is about the deplorable health conditions. You know, every time we have the opportunity to go as civil servants, civil organizations, to places to check, the conditions are really, really deplorable, like you said, sir. And one thing that worries me is how will pregnant women ever be able to access some of these facilities? You know, you get to some facilities, even the emergency room and where women are supposed to be taken for deliveries and all of that. You find even nurses complain a lot of times that no power, electricity, and you know, one lady had told me once that they use torchlight, you know, during deliveries. They use torchlight because the facility, the healthcare center, doesn't have NEPA lights connected to the place. So you can imagine how worrisome it is. Anyway, Amarachi Okorafor says, "Happy birthday, sir. God bless you. Real good." And also, from all of us at SieDi-Hub, we appreciate you. Okay, this is from SieDi-Hub. Yes, so Mark, if there are comments from your people over there, we could take one or two questions and then we'll go on to take the next set of actions. Mark, are you there? Okay, so while we wait for Mark, Dr. Ejike, I would also like you to let us know. Okay, you even said something about sharing. Mark, are you back?
I am back. Thank you so much. Thank you. I believe a few of them may have questions for Dr. Ejike, but we actually trying as much as possible right here to make sure that we meet time. So Dr. Ejike is still very much available for the questions. We'll just go straight to the panel of discussion right now. But before then, let me quickly recognize the presence of Honorable Henry Onyeze Ibube. He is the MD, Abroma. Good afternoon, sir. Please, we want you to come up on stage for a goodwill message. Thank you, just as our panelists are getting ready. Also with him is Engineer Eyoma Ndukwe, Member Board of Trustees. Welcome, man.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here. We are delighted to be part of this program. From what we had, right from Ambassador Emmanuel, Barrister Avery, and the dog that just spoke to us, we can all appreciate the role SieDi-Hub has come to play. SieDi-Hub has come to provide a platform for the mainstreaming, providing the link between the people and the welfare of citizens. So I want to congratulate SieDi-Hub and appreciate everybody that has made our time to be here, and to promise all of us that we shall join forces together in driving this mandate. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you to Engineer Eyoma. Well, that being established, I'm going to quickly hand over to Ambassador Emmanuel. He will be moderating the panel of discussion. Thank you. Ambassador, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you, Mark. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Mark. So we will go on to have a panel discussion, and I'd like to thank everyone who has stayed on so far. And still remember that you can drop your donations in our website, SieDi-Hub website. There's a barcode there that you can use, and it will take you straight to the donation site. Like I said earlier on, and like Mike and I have been reiterating, nothing is too small, nothing is too big. We need to keep the community going. Anyways, I would like to introduce some of our panelists. And I have Chinasa Imo, she's the founder of SieDi-Hub. I also have Kelechi Imo, the program officer, prisoners rehabilitation and welfare action. I have Amechi Chukwu, special advisor to the governor on policy development and monitoring. And we have Precious David Youngman, the founder, Divine Snail Farm, Ghana. Some of his tweets and messages have also been here since we started the program. And I'm also meant to understand that Dr. Kanu, former commissioner, is also going to be joining in the discussion. So we would like to have him as well join us. But first of all, I would like to start with Chinasa to come on here, and let's talk a little, and then I'll have the rest of the panelists join us. I also understand that there's supposed to be one or two panelists from the hall. If they are there, would like to see them seated. Okay, so while we get that ready, I'd just like a brief introduction from Chinasa, and I will go on round to talk with other panelists to just use a minute and introduce themselves, and then we'll come back and take every discussion from everyone. So Chinasa, I'd like to say congratulations. You know, it's a dream come true for all of us, because one win for one person is a win for everyone. I'd like you to just tell us briefly, those watching online and those in the hall, how is it for you today? How is that excitement? It's like a woman who's been pregnant for 9 months, and she's delivering a set of bouncing twins. Tell us what you feel right now, and let's go on with the discussion.
Thank you very much. Why am I echoing?
Maybe you need to mute a second device if you're using one.
Hello? Okay, I'm not more echoing. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Emmanuel, and to Mark and everyone. I think it's from the hall.
Yes, it's from the hall. So maybe they need to turn off their microphone so that when they speak, they can put it on. Please go on, Chinasa.
Okay, so just like I was saying, I'm grateful to everyone who have contributed in one way or the other to making this program a successful one. Habit, the challenges we have, it's technology age, and it comes with these challenges. So let's all bear. It's not easy to have an event that is hybrid, where you have speakers from in person and online. And permit me to also apologize to the our in-person audience for thinking that the online speakers overwhelmed you. Actually, by design, we were supposed to have 50-50 speakers participation from in-person and online, but something always come up in Nigeria is always the excuse, and we have about 3 of our in-person speakers bail out last minute. Before I begin to talk about SieDi-Hub, I just want to share a little bit of experience about myself. My name is Chinasa Imo, and as many of you know, I have been in the development sector for a very long time, for almost 8 years or 9 years now. I remember starting with Ebola response in Nigeria to West Africa, then returning back, to do grassroots mobilization work, do a little bit of work around gender-based violence and social justice, and then pivot to system strengthening, consultancy, research. And all these things gave me the opportunity to interact with all level of people, both at rural and urban areas. And one thing that I found out is that, number one, poverty does not have class. If you're poor in the urban area, you're poor. If you're poor in the rural area, you're also poor. And that means you have difficulty accessing certain services. If you look at Lagos, as big and bubbly as it is, we have places like Makoko, Iwaya, and the rest of them that people living there, their life expectancy is worse off than some people living in far rural area with difficult access to healthcare. Secondly, we need to work through a combination of policy and action, that is programming, for us to solve things. So, I mean, we can set up all the systems that we want. If we don't have the right policies in place, things won't work. If you have all the policies in place and you don't have all the resources, when I mean resources, I'm talking about human, capital and otherwise, to implement those policies to the letter, we would be having difficult issue. And I'll draw our attention to mentioning human. Human as a resource, you see that Esther, Egbiri, Dr. Ejike, and every other persons that have spoken here have reiterated the importance of human in improving or delivering services to fellow humans. So we have to work together, we have to brainstorm, we have to collaborate, we have to participate. And this is broad spectrum, like organizations, government agencies, departments, you understand, state and non-state actors. Everybody's hand must be on deck for us to achieve a particular purpose and improve the quality of lives for people anywhere and wherever they are. So these are the background that led to me finding SieDi-Hub. So I am from Abia State, like we all know, or we can deduce. And working in Nigeria, I get to understand that there's a whole lot of development work happening everywhere, and due to lack of things like evidence or just interest of people to intervene in eastern region of Nigeria, we see less of this intervention happening. And when I look at data and indices and I ask question, is this data a reflection of the eastern part of Nigeria, or is it just that someone is not collecting enough data? Because decisions are driven by facts. And when government look at those facts and be like, oh, the eastern part, they don't have problem, so let's channel funding to where the issues are. It begins to breed a whole lot of social vices. We can see, one of those examples is the agitation for IPOB. I mean, if everyone is enjoying good governance in Nigeria, nobody will agitate for anything. We've seen Niger Delta agitation for a whole lot of things because they feel excluded from collective resources that everyone is supposed to enjoy. And that led me to, consult with a couple of people and say, let's draw attention to the issues that people in Eastern Nigeria are feeling. Now, this does not mean that our organization is only confined within the eastern part of Nigeria. What it means is that within the next 5 years, our intervention will focus in that area and then we'll expand from there. So thank you, Emmanuel. I'll pass to you.
Thank you so much, Chinasa. I will come to the hall and speak with Mr. Kelechi to just tell us a little more about himself, and then we'll go on to the discussion. But Chinasa, these messages are coming for you. Titilayo Ogumbambi says, congratulations, Chinasa. This is a laudable achievement. And then this is quite high. Paola, I hope I got it right. Paola, it's also saying, congratulations, Chinasa. I'm so proud to be part of this. And then Gombe Ibrahim said, it's actually triplets, not twins. Kudos, Chinasa. When I said that today looks like a pregnant woman who gave birth to twins, and Gombe Ibrahim said, no, it's triplets. So congrats, Chinasa, anyway. So I'll come back to Mr. Kelechi. I'd like you to tell us a little more about yourself, and then we'll take up the discussion from there. Is Mr. Kelechi there?
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel. Okay, my name is Kelechi Iwo. I'm a social activist, and of course, I'm also to advocate. I'm the associate program officer for the Power Rehabilitation and Welfare Action. I think that is that for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kelechi. Over to you, Ambassador Emmanuel.
Yeah, I would also like the person next to him, which I guess is Mr. Amechi, to quickly also introduce himself.
Okay, thank you. You have already introduced me. My name is Amechi Chukwu. I work for Abia State Government. I'm a special advisor in the government.
Okay. I thank you so much. I understand that Dr. Kalu is also joining us. Is he here already? So we could also give him a few seconds to say a word or two before we go on straight to our discussion. Chinasa, is he here?
He's trying to join, so I guess we should support him to join. But we have Precious David Youngman here, so
yeah, I was going to call on Precious to just say a word or two, and then we'll wait for Dr. Kalu. Hi, Precious. Good to see you. Yeah, he's here. Okay. Honorable, welcome. Would like you to just say a word or two, a brief introduction, so that we can all go on and have our discussion. But I'd like you to just introduce yourself to everyone watching us, both online and physically in the hall in Umuahia.
Good morning, everyone from here. I know it's your afternoon. My name, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go on,
Okay, my
sir.
name is Honorable Kylan Ndekwe. A Nigerian. I'm from Kuro specifically, and I'm a pharmacist by profession. I live here in US, and I've been in Nigeria to serve when I was called to serve, and that was far back as 2003 to 2006. I'm glad to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'll come to Lady Precious. Thank you for joining us. I hope the network didn't give you too much wahala like Dr. Kalu's own. So quickly, just introduce yourself and let everyone watching online and in Omaha here know who you are.
Okay, my name is Precious David Youngman. Yeah, I'm a dietitian by profession and also a farmer. I farm fish and I farm snail. I'm married to Youngman David, Nugabes, Ghana. We live here in Ghana. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate, and we'll just be rolling this discussion and going through all of that. And let me also say that for everyone watching online, please drop your comments in the comment section, just like you see the ones Chinyere, Gombe, and all of them are dropping. Just drop yours and we'll read them as the program progresses. So we'll be doing these discussions quickly, but I'd like to start with Kelechi. If you can hear me again, I'll go back to the hall now and talk with Kelechi. What's your experience like, working in the organization? How has it been for you? Chinasa rolled out a few things why she's doing what she's doing, how her passion started. I've always read all her stuff every time she gets an opportunity to do an interview, and she tells us how growing up has been for her, and that gingered her up. Kelechi, you might also like to share with us a few things that has shaped your career up to this moment. You need to also do something about the microphone, because when you were introducing yourself, the voice was a bit faint. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ambassador. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For me, I work in an environment that basically we deal with inmates and ex-inmates. A lot of them are basically young people between the ages of 18 and 35, 40 years of age. If you go to the correctional centers, these are a crop of young people. And sometimes it's sad to see that young people about my age are just there. And their conditions are not so nice. And these are people who might have actually done some things that are actually wrong. What we do basically is to give them that sense of hope that in as much as you are in jail, it's not the end of your life. We try to provide a little bit of a skill acquisition, and even when they are out of the correctional center, when they are released, we try to provide some kind of give them the basis for which they can start up life, like opening up a business based on the skill they've learned while they were in the correctional center. Working with seeing these people day to day also reminds me as an individual and everybody who have been privileged to be inside the correctional center that indeed you just have to be careful that ignorance is no defense in law. And as young people, in as much as we want things to be done almost immediately, we also should be conscious on how things are done. And this also brings me to the area of where I'm also into youth advocacy. And last year, I and my friends we were into this Get Your PVC campaign and see how we can change our society, irrespective of the fact that Nigeria is quite a difficult place. But then, if we are committed as young people, things can change. And I'm happy that some of those very little intangibles that we did, they are all coming up to fruition here in Abia State. So for me, it's about learning, it's about seeing the world and adapting to situation, no matter how difficult it might seem, we will survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kelechi, for that.
Okay. So I was going to ask if the people in the hall won't clap for that beautiful presentation by Kelechi, and then they just proven us wrong. Thank you for that. I'll come to Dr. Kalu. I need to ask you this before I'll come back to Lady Precious. Having worked in the government, what do you think we civil society now can do? Civil societies like SieDi-Hub and others that have been existing, what do you think they can do differently to harmonize? Because what we see every time is people work in silos, organizations come, work in silos and all of that, and they are not realizing that the more they pull resources together and expertise together, they can move further and better. What advice, being someone who's been here and been there, what's the advice you think people can take, and what are you going to be telling SieDi-Hub to do differently as they unveil today?
Well, first of all, I want to start by thanking SieDi-Hub for inviting me to this special and encouraging occasion of presenting our issues and discussing them. I want to encourage you to continue and to keep the zeal to change things alive. Before I was in the government, I used to organize health fairs in Buro, which is where I come from. I did that because each time I came back to visit, I would see so much need, especially in the health sector of my people. And I said, no, I'm going to step back, not waiting for the government to see if there's a way I can get more hands and help to alleviate the problems of my people. So I started coming since the year 2000, started coming home every year with some of our Nkoro indigenes in USA to deliver health services free of charge. And for about 3 or 4 years, we did that. They gave me the opportunity to serve in the government. And while I was in the government, my mindset going in there was to see if there is a way I can use my position in the government, in the health sector, to help the people. It was a challenging time. And I saw the reason why so many people who had the same notion and the zeal to serve came out without having anything tangible to count for. So, and one of the reasons is the lack of political power by the government. When you come to policy and written policy and ideas, yes, the government has it, but implementation is a problem. And the problem is because of corruption. So it makes it difficult, even when you have plans and way to deliver them, it makes it difficult for you to do that. It is only by God's grace that during the short time I was in the government, I was able to connect with a program in the system to bring a health unit to Nkoro, which is the Okwankporo Comprehensive Health Center. even though it was built in 2012. The plan started when I was there, and we secured it before we got disbanded. So it boils down that you as a civilian, you have to do something. You don't wait for the government, especially our young people who are out there. Nigerians, young people are out there and have connections. Bring them home and don't wait for the government. That's the encouragement I'll give you, because I know the impact I have made in my small community in Boro with that frame of mind. That's the advice I have. And if you have idea, bring it to people like us. I will definitely work with you, encourage you, and show you with my little expertise in certain areas of healthcare and how you can maximize that effort.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for that one. We really appreciate, and it's a good advice you are giving to civil societies, and I hope some of them are listening and they are watching right now, and they'll be able to take one or two lessons from all of that. I'll go back to the hall now, and I will also like to talk with Mr. Amechi. A lot has been happening, every state wants to find a way to be the best. Every state wants to make sure that the community, women and children, there's development in their state. What will you say in your line of duty in Abia State, and what's the way forward? It might be too early to ask the way forward, but I know every time we ask people for anything, we're always quick to point out what has gone wrong, and people forget the way forward. So I'd really like to ask that, what ways are we taking Abia State to the next level, in spite of any challenge that could be there visibly or invisibly?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, while we work on that, sir, while we work on that, Echo, I'd like to bring Precious. If Precious is there, I'd like to bring her on board. But if she's not, then I'll bring back Chinasa here. Okay, Precious is here now. Thank you so much. I know you've been on the background. Yeah. So when you mentioned snail farming and all of that, it just brought a lot of things to my mind. Every time you talk with young people, they tell you there's unemployment, and it cuts across Africa, whether in Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria. It's one story that young people sing. There's no job. Oh, there's no this. And I pause and ask them, are you talking about that there's no white collar jobs, or that there are no jobs at all? Because the truth is, there are jobs, but are our people, our young people, willing to do the job seemingly dirty, in quotes? How many young people would want to go to farming? We keep telling government, you need to make farming lucrative. If you make it lucrative, make it modern, make it digital, you'll find more people who will go into farming. And so it's a good thing that you are here. Tell us a little more about the snail farm. Tell us how you've been working with young people and how has that impacted your community.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you see, everybody wants a white collar job. Nobody wants to do the dirty job. Yeah, and okay, like I've been following here like 2 hours now. I can hear everybody talking about government, going into politics, going into government doing that and that for us. But I listened to the Gregory, the keynote speaker. He said something, and it caught my attention very well. He was talking about youth in government. He's saying that everybody can be, there's no age bracket about you running for a post as in Nigeria. But that's one thing he said. He said, yeah, a youth you want to contest. What about when it comes to bringing up money? Do you have the money? Yes, do you know, like now, I know everybody wants to go into politics. Everybody wants to go into politics. But I tell you, before you can do something in politics and achieve anything, you need that money. Gone are the days that will have sponsors. Somebody's coming out to sponsor you for you to go into politics or achieve anything. You have to achieve everything by yourself. And we all know whatever you achieve by yourself is paranoid. You see, I encourage youths to go do their own business, get their own money. And now there's a lot to do for yourself. Farming is one thing that people don't look into, but I tell you, that's one of the most important things that we youths should look into. Because if you maybe you want to go into business, you don't have anybody taking care of you or anybody giving you money to go, or you want to go into politics, the kind of money they spend in politics is not something anybody can give you. You need to go build your own money. And building your own money, you have to start somewhere. And where you start, I think farming has given all of us, everybody, opportunity to save up some wealth and really get funding to do whatever you want to do, especially these days. The kind of farming we are talking about is not about the farming the olden days people are doing now. There's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of short-term farming. People can go into groundnut farming. They can take up just 3 months to grow, and you add value to it yourself. You see, you can add value to you to sell. You can get somebody doing something they need groundnuts for, then you can be supplying them and be making your money. So it's really, really a very good advantage, letting a youth, giving them the hope and letting them understand the importance of agriculture, you see. So, yeah, so I'm going to read something that I just put together just to encourage the youths to go into agriculture. So, you see, there's a lot of people here. I have this lady, her name is May. She's into farming. She's just 25 years old and she's doing well. And yeah, you see, so I have a note that I just prepared. Like I said, by the moderator or the panelists, the Deputy Governor of Abia State, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Udo Okochukwu, and his wife, Lady Vivian Udo Okochukwu. You see, I'm very honored to be part of this panel. Honestly, I'm very, very happy. Chinasta, you did well. It's a very good thing coming up that Abia State will be shocked on what we are coming up to do. So I thank you all for the invitation, and for giving me the opportunity to express my passion towards agripreneurship. Today, I just want to start by acknowledging that we have 60%, we in Africa have 60% fertile land in the world, you see, and agriculture is a must for us Africans. For us to develop the next African leader, the next leaders of tomorrow, we need to create an entrepreneurship in our economy. Okay, let me just ask a little question here, the panels. Let me ask a question. Does anyone know what the population of Nigeria is going to be in the next 10 years? Currently, the population of Nigeria is about 215.87 million. In the next 10 years, that population is going to quadruple. So if only Nigeria is going to have a population in 10 years that's bigger than the population of United States of America, then going into agriculture is just the best. And considering the fact that in Africa, we had about 54 countries, you can imagine the food those people are going to be eating in the next 10 years. We have the land, we have the resources. So I truly believe and passionate about the fact that agriculture is the future and a must for the youth. Like what SieDi-Hub is doing now, I think SieDi-Hub is aimed at building a human capital for the development of Abia State. We're talking about Abia State because that's where we are from. So they say charity begins at home. You see, for the development of Abia State, so SieDi-Hub have come up with a lot of things that will help us grow, like training up youths in a various way they want to go and help themselves build up themselves, because building human capital is one of the best things you can do for anybody. Yeah, so and
Thank you.
yeah, so
Thank you so much for that, Lady Precious. We'll come back to you. Yeah, we'll come back to you, but this is just to thank you for that. I guess that the echo has been sorted in the hall. We really would want Mr. Amechi to talk to us, but the mic was echoing at some point. And could you talk now, Mr. Amechi? So let's confirm, then we can let you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I want to say that I'm happy to be part of this meeting. And I want to appreciate you for the direction you are giving. That is to what is it that government is doing going forward on inclusiveness, on youth development, and generally on promoting the well-being of our citizens. The first thing I will advise the SieDi-Hub to do is to lay their hands on the Abia State long-term development plan. That's the document that captures the vision of Abia State government in the next 30 years. That document was just launched a couple of months ago, and quite a lot we have done to get that document as an active document. I will advise this organization to lay their hands on that. That captures what the government will be leading the citizens into in the next 30 years. It goes across administrations. And what that means is that irrespective of whichever government that will come into power, you have that document to lay your hands on and distill from that document, so to say, your vision, whether in terms of infrastructure, on education, on health, on anything. You will see it there. That's one advice I will give you. And that is the one document that actually captures the direction, the thinking of government and the people of Abia State in the next 30 years. And I need to tell you that that document is not a government document. It's a document that was prepared from what we call the bottom-top approach to governance. So towards the preparation, the citizens were involved. The needs of the citizens were integrated, were identified and integrated in that document. And it's expected that the citizens are going to be involved in implementation. And one of the things that government wants to do is to legislate on that document so that it cuts across, the ownership cuts across the government that has prepared it and moving those succeeding governments. And so we are going to be legislating on that document any time from now. Of course, I need to tell you about the Education for Employment program of the current administration. And that program is going to be consolidated going forward. It's a program that aims at ensuring that we don't just acquire education for the sake of acquiring education. We acquire education that will be useful in the marketplace. And so that program is on, and it's not going to end with the current administration. And so I also need to share with you that as the state government is involved in what we call the State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability, and Sustainability Program. It's a program of the World Bank, And one of the indicators of that program is the one that has to do with inclusiveness in the budget process. And in the last 1, 2, 3 years now, Abia State has scored very high in bringing the citizens in the budget process. And I need to tell you that what government wants to do going forward is to sustain that initiative, to ensure that going forward, what speaks to our budget are the things that have to do with the citizens' needs. And as we were experimenting that, we had to invite communities, community leaders, town union president generals, women leaders, and youth leaders across selected communities. First of all, we did an experiment, after which now we expanded, and we intend to continue in that trajectory going forward. And so, part of the things we will be doing is to consolidate that process. And what that means is that in the long run, you will discover that our public finance management system is going to be driven by the needs of the citizens. And in particular, our budget is going to be driven by what the citizens want done. So those are the things that I will share with you, that I want to share with you that government will be doing. I also want to tell you something. For SieDi-Hubs, another advice I will give you before I leave this stage is that most of the times the civil society approach government from the adversarial standpoint. And when you do, you create a problem. You will not be able to maximize the opportunity and the space that you should use to make good in what government is doing. And sometimes some civil society persons think that they know more than the government. It creates problem. And let me tell you something. You cannot stay outside and know what is in the room. So one of the things you need to do is to acquaint yourself with the details of what happens in the policy space. When you understand how government works, it helps you to be part of what government is doing. But if you come from that standpoint of government is this way, you are that way, and you run into problem. So I will advise Chinasa and her team to foster that partnership with government that will help them maximize the space that government is giving to them to be able to progress and make it good in the welfare of our citizens. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for that. I'll come back and talk with Amechi and Kelechi. I'm actually going to ask them 2 questions, but let me come to the big moment of the day, the visionaire and the one who's painstakingly gone all through this and taken the bullets for a couple of time, because I know planning all of this hasn't been easy, and it's been a whole lot of years of putting together things and all of that. But I'll come back to Mr. Amechi and ask about implementation of policies, because yes, Nigeria has beautiful policies, whether state government, local government, national, beautiful policies, but how are these policies going to be implemented? And for Kelechi, I'd like to ask you how you bring about end to stigma, when some of these inmates come out. But for Chinasa, let me bring you on again. And knowing that there are a lot of NGOs already on ground, whether in Abia, in Nigeria, in Africa, what do you think SieDi-Hub is bringing in differently? Knowing the quality of people you've brought together for technical support, for daily runnings, for ideas and vision, and coming from a background where you have a whole lot of experience and all of that, what are you bringing differently? Looking forward to SieDi-Hub.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Emmanuel. And I want to thank my fellow panelists who have been on this panel with me. Specifically, I want to appreciate Mr. Amechi for raising 2 points. The first one is letting us understand that Abia State now have a long-term strategic plan. That is the first thing, that gives a holistic overview of what government is thinking and where they are looking towards. So we'll be happy to have that document if your office will provide that to us. And secondly, when you advised us, and this I would dovetail to talking about our strategy and how we want to operate. I want to say that I'm a student of participatory governance. I believe that change happens when people sit down together to agree that there are gaps, there are challenges, and then there are strengths, and then there is a focus. That's a priority. So what it means is that governments and every other non-state actor working with them should be sincere enough to work together to say, realistically, this is what we have. This is our issues. This is our problem. How do we solve it? And when that happens, nobody will come from top down. Nobody will use top down approach on you. So going back to your question, Ambassador Emmanuel, I want to start first from the idea behind SieDi-Hub and how we get here. First of all, when we look at the demographics, women, children, youth, they are the most vulnerable in our society. And why are they the most vulnerable? There are a whole lot of issues that, if I begin to point out here now, we might waste the whole time, but they are the ones that are mostly classified as vulnerable. They do not have access to economic, resources to afford care. And the system of government we are practicing right now is not even giving them the opportunity to say this is really what our issues are. And even when they voice it out, I will tell you for free that most government stakeholders, policymakers don't take their issues to heart because they have other interests and priorities they want to focus funding on at the detriment of this particular sector of people. So we look at this and say, how do we intervene? What will SieDi-Hub do differently for these demographics? And, we come up with broad strategy. We call it wraparound support because we are looking at things that impact young people. But who are those, what is the specific of these young people? We have young girls, we have adolescents of reproductive age with their challenges. We have young boys with their restiveness. We also have young graduates who are, the school system are churning out every day without translatable skills to what the market is demanding in terms of workforce. So we said, okay, now these are the issues. How do we come in? Now, going back to Mr. Mechi, some people will come with solutionist mindset. We don't have that in our laurels. We want to come out and say, can we work together to identify particularly what your issues are, and then work through with you to, build your capacity to rise up and overcome those things that are causing your vulnerabilities. That is our approach, and we are looking at it from youth empowerment, doing policy engagement, just empowering the people themselves to now engage. And it's two ways. We empower them with a whole lot of things about governance, governance structure, how systems and how systems are strengthened, budgeting and budgetary process, accountabilities, and the social responsibilities of citizens and government. And then, working through this, remember Esther had mentioned issue about, participatory accountability at state level. We will now begin to look at how we build synergy between what the issues are from the citizens and how government can, sincerely use the resources available with at their disposal to bridge this gap. And then we are also going to look at issues around healthcare delivery, because when you look at Southeast, most communities are classified as, hard to reach in terms of access to road or access to, physical healthcare facilities in their communities, or just as not having the ability to access care even when they are available. So we'll work with them on that level to see how to improve service delivery and even improve service demand. Excuse me, service demand. So then we have the direct program interventions where we would look at these issues individually. What is the issues that young people are facing? Is it access to reproductive healthcare, education, family planning, contraceptive, whatever it is? Are people being, abused, and what are those things causing their vulnerability? And we work with that. And the approach we've come with is, using research. So we are going to work with institutions in those in the region, like universities, citadels of learning, polytechnics, to bridge that information gap, because these institutions, they have this evidence. That's the truth. We are not reinventing the wheel, you understand. But there's just the disconnect between what the universities and institutions of learning are churning out and how governments are digesting those information to make informed policies. So that's one approach that we'll use. We will engage with communities to find out what their issues are, and then bring that issues to the front burner. And then we will now use that to translate to, working together with government to say, these are what we've gathered. This is what, evidence is pointing us to. This is what communities are saying. And this is what we think that, synergizing this thing would help you make a better decision on how you prioritize both funding and programming to solve those problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chinasa, for that. So I'll come back to, I see Mr. Amechi is no more seated there. So I'll come back to Kelechi. Kelechi, I hope you heard when I asked the question before I brought in Chinasa, that I was going to ask you, so how have you been, what do you have in place to help in terms of stigma, knowing the kind of country we are in, where people stigmatize people, whether be it in terms of being rape survivors, be it in terms of what's your view? What do you? Hello.
Okay, yeah, you are talking in terms of reintegration, stigma, and all that. Yes, there's something called the Yellow Ribbon Project, where we try to go to the communities, the churches, to speak about inmates. That yes, even though that they are ex-inmates now, but they are not a threat to the community. We try to bring up a forum where they can be accepted by the community leaders, by the church leaders, and gradually it spreads to the community. So yes, there's a project ongoing. It's called the Yellow Ribbon Project, which tends to speak directly to the community leaders and church leaders to see how we can accept our people who were in the correctional service back to the society. Yes, and I think it's been working. And also, one other thing that helps is, you see, most of the time when inmates are released, there are no means of going back, no funding, no means of livelihood. So you see them, if you release them, they can steal and go back to the correctional center. So what we try to do is, first, we try to train them on different skill acquisition, call it beef making, call it laundry, call it soap making, clothing, and all that. We try to train them and also empower them. We do that every year, December every year. Each time inmates that are released by power, because yes, there are two classes. There's one that is fall under the petty offender. That's not what we're going to talk about now. And each time we release them to the members of the public, we try to equip them
We even go as far as providing equipment for them. Take for example, if you are a tailor, we try to get a store for you and equip it with all the machines you need, and try to reintegrate them back into the society by taking them to the community leaders. For example, if someone is from here in Umuahia, let's say Ibeku, we'll try to take you to your community leader at Ibeku and tell you, yes, he was in the correctional service for so number of years, but then he is back and he is now a new person. We don't need to get scared of him. So we try to convince the community leaders, and we don't just stop there, we also go to the church leaders. So this is the little thing my organization is doing in terms of reintegrating the inmates back to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kelechi, for that. It's a pity Mr. Amechi has gone, but then I was going to ask him about policy implementation that they have, because a lot of times we have policies everywhere, beautiful ones, but they are hardly achieved, so to say, in a layman's term. I'll quickly read a few messages and then I'll bring Dr. Carlo back to answer a few questions for us. I think I will bring him to also answer that question about the one I was going to ask Mr. Amechi. Yes, we have beautiful policies and we keep having new policies every now and then. How do we make sure these policies are implemented to the letter, and how do we take it forward? But let me just quickly read these messages, Dr. Carlo, and I'll bring you on to talk about it. Someone here, Chinyere, says, can we work together and work through the seemingly overwhelming challenges? This is very strategic. Kudos, Chinasa. Chinasa, this is for you. So I guess when you are responding later, you will attend to that question. Robert Jackson says, enjoying this program. And another message here, I'll quickly read, then I have Dr. Kalu come on. This is from Chinasa again. It says, yeah, everybody wants to go into politics because it's believed that politics give quick money. However, farming should be encouraged and promoted, but it should be packaged in a very appealing way. Thank you so much. Exactly what I asked Precious, that that's another revenue and industry that the government needs to really put a whole lot on. Dr. Kalu, can you just tell us a little more about what you think government can do in terms of implementing policies? We have policies. We can't deny that. Government come, government go, we have policies, but how can it be that community members, these policies and these developments and white papers can really reach to the grassroots, that when you go to the grassroots, you can feel that the government's presence is there, sir?
Thank you. I'm enjoying the discussion so far. I just want to comment on something that's not my area, but I'm involved in one way or the other, trying to see if I can help the system solve the problem. And that is about Ebuta's agriculture presentation. I went home 2-3 years ago and I saw a whole lot of youth going from the city back to the village. One thing it's encouraging, but they didn't see it the way I saw it. It's encouraging because if they remain in the city, causing problems, getting into trouble, I think that would have been worse. But coming to the village where there is arable land that they can use to engage themselves, I see it as encouraging. And because of that, last year, I engaged with the ND, the National Directorate of Employment in Umuahia, to train people who may be school leavers that don't have jobs, graduates especially the people from the tertiary institutions, retired people who are not getting paid for what they have put into the system because of what is going on in the country. And even some women, especially widows. So I decided to jump in and give them hope. What happened? I recruited 127 people in Ndabonkoro through the National Directorate of Employment, NDE. Those are the people who agreed to our agreement, our policy to get trained, stay all through the training, which was about 6 months, and then get empowered. I was going to do that. I paid for it. They were training for people in agriculture, catering and confectionery, interior decorations, hairdressing, tailoring, all sorts of it. Out of those 127 people, 115 graduated. So I was at the graduation ceremony last December where they received their certificates. So because of their performance and the zeal to succeed among them, I requested that they write proposals for what they have graduated on for business, that I was going to loan them money. I know what was behind my mind, but I use it loan. I'll loan them money to do business in their trend areas. They agreed. And this, because I didn't give them cash, as advised by the NDE, I didn't give them cash, but I was ready to fund the tools and equipment they need to do all their respective businesses. With 10% cash for operational capital. They agreed initially, but when I left and supposed to deliver this through the NDE, they backed out. When I came back here, sent the fund to NDE, these people, 115, except 2 of them, insisted that the NDE give them the money cash. They don't want the equipment, they don't want any tools, but they want the money cash. We knew their state of mind. We knew other things they were thinking, because the government has this policy. To implement it was bad. They have been training people and giving them cash. And as soon as you give them that money, they use it for something else and go back to square one. That wasn't my idea. That wasn't my own type of implementation. So I refused them. And I gave them more time to think about what they want to do. If they still want to do what we agreed at the initial time, I will come back and bring up that money and give it to them through equipment and tools and 10% operational cash.
Okay.
I'm still waiting, but what I'm just trying to say is the implementation by the government. Government has good plans and policies, but to implement it, because of the conflict of interest of those implementers, they don't work. They don't work. They give them money and they use it for whatever they like, and they don't do anything. That's on that side.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I will need to come back to you shortly because we need to do unveiling quickly. So if we have Kelechi still in the hall, I'd like to move over to the hall and ask Mark to lead the unveiling over there so that we don't take too much time. Yeah. Is Mark there? Chinasa, is Mark there?
Okay.
Okay, Mark, can you take it from here and let's do the unveiling?
Well, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Emmanuel. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the panel of discussion that you just moderated, and of course, our discussants. Thank you so much for enlightening us. It's time for us to go over to what has brought all of us down to Umuahia today, and of course, for those of them joining us virtually this afternoon. It's about the official unveiling of SieDi-Hub. And to do that with us this afternoon, we will have with us Honorable Henry Onyeze Ndube, the MDR Roma. Please come up and help us with this. A round of applause for him. And the wife to please come up, as well as joining him will be one of our panel discussants. I don't know why he's laughing at me, but thank you so much for also being there and staying all through. Can we get the scissors? Can we get the scissors? So you already you have said some good messages before now, but you still say one or two things before you report. Megan, please, let's come over. Thank you so much. And of course, one champion representative, please come. Please come. Please stand here. Why are both of you on black and dark? Okay. Well, interesting. Please do us here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the crucial point of this event. We've been talking since morning, looking at how we can partner and impact our society. SieDi-Hub here with us. Like I said earlier, it has provided us a platform for participatory involvement in leadership. It has given us an opportunity to get involved in our policy deliberations. It has created a formidable platform for young people, for our women, and we are all together here to say yes, that we are together in it. I know before now, a whole lot of things must have been done, a whole lot of engagements, activities have taken place to make today's gathering a success. And as a result of that, we want to jointly unveil, show to the world what we've been able to achieve. And then from here, like the apostles of Christ, drive or take the message to the entire land. Once again, I want to congratulate every one of us here for being part of this great event. I therefore declare here and now that SieDi-Hub is born, and we are all witnesses. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Hooray! Hooray!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, we all can see it. SieDi-Hub, Innovation Hub for Inclusiveness, Empowerment and Social Development. And here is our vision: a world of improved social, economic, and human capital status with equitable and inclusive living standards. Our mission to improve the quality of life for people living in rural communities through advancement in healthcare, sustainable livelihoods, empowerment, socio-economic initiatives using approaches that is inclusive and innovative. Goals to contribute towards the establishment of a community of women and youths equipped and competent to influence measurable and sustainable change in the society, partnering with relevant government institutions and non-governmental organizations for improved service delivery, especially in rural and underserved communities. Core value, teamwork, confidentiality, equity and inclusiveness, partnership and collaboration, dedication and commitment, trust, evidence-based, political neutrality, cultural sensitivity, and of course, social justice. A round of applause. You'd like to say something real quick? Thank you.
For me, it's a good thing that SieDi-Hub is here today. And I sincerely pray and hope that the good God who gave Mrs. Chinasa, who is also my namesake, Imo, the wisdom to carry on this wonderful initiative, even in an environment like ours. I pray that this organization will grow from strength to strength. God bless you.
Okay. Okay.
So you're everywhere.
And as one as an organization, we receive agreement towards ensuring that we partner with SieDi-Hub continuously to ensure that that their mission is always achieved. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. Well, thank you so much. I believe our engineer in the house will have something to tell us too.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little to add. I think I'm the only board of trustee member in the house. I don't know if there's anyone else. So I'm representing everyone else. And I want to say this is a big honor to be here today to witness this. And I pray that God gives us strength to forge ahead, because it's not a child's play. And I really say kudos to Chinasa for her to be able to have this dream and have it born. Congratulations to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then, if you are watching live online and you go right here in the hall too, it's important for you to know that you can go on our website, scan our QR code, and of course, make donations. It doesn't matter how little it is. Make donations.
Mr. Lord, a step further. Like I said, it's like a new bumble. Usually, in our traditional setting here, we're expected to provide one or two things, powder, soap, whatever. And in the light of that, we make a contribution of 100,000.
A round of applause, please. Thank you so much. We are really grateful for this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are nearing the climax of the event today. You've always wanted to leave. Thank you, now you can leave. Thank you all so much. I don't know if Ambassador Emmanuel will have something to add before. And then maybe the answer the ED of the hall.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. I'll quickly just read a few of these messages and then I will hand over to Chinasa, who will maybe give our vote of thanks first for the unveiling and all of that. I don't know. But Chinyere here says, congratulations, my dear sister. Surely this initiative will grow from strength to strength. Amen. Got this another one here from Bartholomew, and it says, congratulations, Chinasa, for this great milestone, and congratulations to SieDi-Hub team. Isaac Aso says, congratulations, SieDi-Hub team. Okocha says, congratulations, SieDi-Hub, congratulations, Miss Chinasa, and so many of them. So thank you so much. I'll hand over to Chinasa to maybe just do a vote of thanks on the unveiling, and then you will bring in Precious and Dr. Carlo again for them to say their final words and wrap up. Over to you, Chinasa.
Thank you very much, Pastor Emmanuel, and thank you to everyone in the hall who have unveiled this organization. So we are now officially live, and I want to say that before we move to talking about programming, since we are now official, we can now tell you what we plan to do in the next 1 year. I want to let us understand that this organization is women-led. You can see one of our board of trustee, engineer Enyoma, who gave word of thanks. So all the founders of this organization are women by design. And then the organization is youth focused because we want to open a safe space for young people to, iterate, explore, bring out their skills, modify, and we'll continue to work together to improve together. So everything that you've seen here today was put together by all the fantastic young people that we've been working with since over 3 months ago that we got legally registered to operate in Nigeria, and they have been fantastic. We've been doing trial and error because we wanted to build something strong from ground up, and that is the way countries, organization, and everything should be built. I mean, you have to be pregnant to give birth, to crawl before you begin to walk. And in those processes, we are learning our lessons and we are getting better. So without wasting much of your time, I just want us to have like extra 10 to 15 minutes to talk about how our programming would look like, and I want to bring Hashita, who is leading our research, because we start first from evidence gathering before we begin project implementation. For Hashita to tell us what we have planned in the next 2 months, in the next 1 month before we start implementation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be a part of this initiative, and so far, listening to the vision and mission of the the NGO and SieDi-Hub, it's very inspirational to see how like-minded people can come together and create a difference. And I think this is what synergy is all about, right? Basically, us creating ripples in our own way, such that together we can brew up a storm and actually work towards betterment of the society at the grassroots level. So greetings from Germany, and I'm really happy to have taken up the role as the strategic advisor for SieDi-Hub. And by profession, right now, I am currently a scientific researcher. I am a scientist who is working on fundamental science. And I'm also a part of Global Shapers Community, which is a youth-led organization of the World Economic Forum. And that's what I represent here, basically youth action at the grassroots level. I'll now quickly take a moment to share my screen and share my presentation with you guys.
When you share your screen, we'll pick it up from here.
Yep. So it says that it's uploading the slides again. So I'm really happy to, maybe while it's uploading the slide, introduce you to what our plan is. So we decided that in order for us to reach out or to design campaigns or even design advocacy policies for government, we need to first do a first-hand grassroots level research of what are the areas of unmet needs. And this is something that we have been brainstorming on with a team from SieDi-Hub and Chinasa together, um, to figure out what are the areas of gaps in the area of public health or global health, and then figure out a strategy to address the same. And since the PPT will take some time to upload, what I will do is quickly verbally tell you, and then once it's uploaded, I'll quickly scan through the slides. So what we plan to focus on is, we decided that after the pandemic as well, other than infectious diseases, one of the major focuses where there is a lack of understanding of the underlying causes is basically lifestyle and nutritional care. And if you see the spectrum of nutrition and the kind of problems that are associated with lifestyle and nutrition, you will appreciate that there are two ends. One is malnutrition or undernutrition, which occurs due to lack of resources and lack of availability. And the other side of the spectrum is overnutrition that leads to diseases like hypertension and diabetes. And our team here conducted some preliminary research where they read about what are the existing nutritional deficiencies, or what is the rate of hypertension in the demographics of Nigeria and specifically some states in Nigeria. And what we identified is that indeed, in terms of overnutrition, there is diabetes and hypertension, which is a cause of major concern, which may or may not be associated with obesity. And then on the other hand, there is malnutrition of mineral deficiencies, and there is also protein deficiency that occurs. So, taking these things together now, we have come up with the strategy to conduct a two-tier research. So, our research will be divided into two steps or two tiers. The first tier will be a community-based research where a primary research will be conducted by our researchers. They'll go on the floor and they'll collect data from the primary people, from the stakeholders, and do a stakeholder analysis of two things majorly. One is what is the prevalence of these diseases, and second and most important, what is the awareness about even the existence of these diseases. And then what are the underlying causes for it is something that we want to understand. And as we go along, I think it's very important to keep in mind that maternal or gestational health during pregnancy, as well as neonatal health, is very important in this respect. So special focus will be given here. And at the same time, what we also understood and appreciated through our discussions in the recent times is that there should be a parity in the approach and in the availability of resources. So, our aim would also be to do a comparison between the urban and the rural areas, and then together with this primary research, get some secondary data from the existing primary healthcare centers on the prevalence of these diseases, and then do a sort of correlation between them to come up with a model that tells us about what exactly is the awareness about the prevalence of the diseases. And then you want to use this as a base to fulfill the long-term vision that SieDi-Hub has in terms of policy engagement, in terms of making directives that the government can follow, and also in terms of conducting awareness drives. So I think this overall is the aim of conducting this primary community-based research. And with our slides, I think it'll take some time for the slides to upload. So we will probably conclude this introduction here with just this verbal statement. But we have an amazing team of researchers from Nigeria who are public health professionals and statisticians and people who are who are
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hashita, for this wonderful presentation. I believe that everyone can now see or begin to have an idea of what programming would look like. And so we have two prongs of the way we want to approach this. First, we have created a separate arm which is a youth program, and then we created a separate arm which is like a women empowerment program. And we will not go into the nitty-gritty of it, but I just want to quickly let you know we are working with young people. So you can see we bring in Sino to give us some dancing and stuff. So we have who we call our ambassadors, and these are people, women, who have, gotten pageantry and are public figure now, and we believe that through their office they will be able to influence things. So I just want to quickly introduce Okenwa Ifoma, and please, Ifoma, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Just introduce yourself, and then we can talk about other things as we wrap up. Ifoma, please introduce your unmute yourself as well.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having us today.
We're not seeing you. Your screen is white.
Black.
Can you see me now?
No.
Your screen is white. We can't see you.
What about now?
We still cannot see you. Your screen is white.
Okay, can you just proceed to the next? Let me take care of it. I'll be back.
Yeah, please. Okay. So from the stage, I don't know if we have Rejoice. Rejoice, can you come and say hi and introduce yourself? Rejoice. Rejoice, please, can you quickly introduce yourself and as we move on?
I can't even hear her.
Because you guys are muted, please unmute yourself from where you are, whoever is controlling the streaming. Okay. You just have 2 minutes. Introduce yourself and what the program is about.
Okay, she's done introducing herself, Lady Chinasa Ivo. And we go back to
pass the mic to her. We can't hear her from online. Pass the mic to her. We can't hear her from online. Give her your mic, Mike. Okay, please. We can go back to Ifoma. Ifoma, can you please unmute your video and audio and introduce yourself? Please, if you are not Okay, so I think due to the technical glitch, we've expended more than we had planned, and I just want each and every one of us on the platform to say what just in closing remarks, one or two things before we completely wrap up. So I will start with Honorable Ndukwe. Please just have 1 minute to speak to us, conclude, and then we move to Precious. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chinasa, and I want to congratulate you again for putting this together and for kicking off your program. This is a good thing, and I plan because I received a proposal from you. I plan to work with you, and I'm sure we'll get somewhere. I have a lot to offer. Sorry I came late, but you know my state of mind. But I have a lot to offer. If you can, any person can reach out to www.hopealifehealth.org. You see many things we are doing beside health. Health is my passion, but there are so many other things surrounding health that we are doing, like providing clean water, um, getting people jobs, and every other thing that surrounds health. We are working on to make sure that people are happy in the environment we all reside. So thank you very much, and I work with you, like I said. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndukwe. And to our audience, I just want to say that Honorable Ndukwe is a pharmacist. He is the former Commissioner of Health of Abia State, and he owns a non-profit. And you can hear from him that we will be partnering with him to implement a lot of community-based projects. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndukwe, for joining us today. And we pass the mic to Precious. Precious, please, 1 minute to say one or two things as we wrap.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm happy to be here and listening to everything going on and what SieDi-Hub have in package. So I'm so happy and I'm ready to work with you and do my own contribution, my own quota to helping build up SieDi-Hub. And like I'm coming in as a farmer and I'm encouraging every youth to go into farming because it's very, very good, it's lucrative. We're only going to come together and show you crop cash that you go into to be fast planting and getting your money fast. So we are here as a divine fish and snail farm. We are ready to give it out to anyhow, anywhere the SieDi-Hub want us to come and partner together with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Okenwa, can you talk to us at least say one or two things? Unmute yourself, even if your video is not able to come up. Can you unmute yourself and let's hear you as we wrap up?
Okay, good day, everybody. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my laptop camera. I'm having issues with it. I just realized now. Thank you all for having me here today. I'm Okewa Ifoma Anisha. I'm a model, a health educator, and a youth activist. I'm a two-time beauty queen. I'm the current the national queen Nigeria and the former face of Nkoro. I'm a student of University of Benin, and I'm currently running a mentorship program with the Global Shaper Düsseldorf in Germany. It's a great honor to be appointed the brand ambassador of this great organization. I want to say thank you to SieDi-Hub for giving me the platform to reach out to young minds just like me. I'm very grateful. So I'll be giving this chance to my
Thank
colleague.
you. Thank you very much, Ifoma. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to everyone who have joined us from the beginning of this program up till now. It's been a pleasure to have you. It's not easy to hold people and their data online for this is 4 hours, 20 minutes. So I really appreciate and to everyone in the hall who came, who sat down, who listened to us. We are grateful. You cannot understand how happy we are to know that we have, people on ground that we are going to be working with and that are willing to work with us, coming from across Nigeria. And you can see how we also spread our tentacles, to other countries. We know people joined from Ghana, people joined from London, people joined, from the US, people joined from different parts of the world, and they are still here with us. It shows the level of commitment to the passion that we have, and we know that the work is just started. Like, we just opened the box. What is inside is gonna take a whole lot of time for us to solve. Like I would always say, problems are many, but we solve them one at a time. If you pick someone and you change that person's life, the ripple effects move all the way to generation next. I want to take this time to personally appreciate those who contributed one way or the other to this program. It is not easy, so please permit me to share my own slide. Everybody have been sharing their slide, and they forgot that I also have my own slide to share. So I want to because there are a whole lot of people that we couldn't do this program without, and it will be a disservice if we didn't mention them and appreciate them for the good work that they help us to do. So please hold on. I know it's not easy to continue staying online, but it's something that we need to really do before we wrap up. So it's uploading because we um really need to see them, because we have personal, like individuals, we have organizations that we've been running up and about to, calling them, asking them, doing corporate begging, even doing personal begging, and they didn't tell us no. Uh, so we want to take our time to appreciate them. And please, it's loading. I would have uploaded this earlier on before starting this. And while we are at it, I want to appreciate all the people that have been on the YouTube channel watching with us. A couple of names have been coming up. Nuga Best Ghana. We have Imoko. Chief Imoko Iwela, thank you so much for all your wonderful support to our budding organization. We really do appreciate you. We have Bartolome joining from Ghana. We have Chinyere. Professor, we thank you for being with us. We have Titilayo Ogumbambi, my cheerleader, my friend and colleague in the struggle to empower women and children. Immediately you call her, you just hear, I'm a gender activist, and she is to the core. I really appreciate her input into the growth of the organization. We also want to thank Robert Jackson, and every other person that have joined online. So as you can see, we have people who personally helped us get to this point. Organizing this, buying a platform is not easy. Streaming this thing online for 4 hours is not easy. Providing refreshment to people on ground is not easy. Even gathering them is not easy. These people help us to get there. These are humble. Thank you, Dr. John Oladejo, who is also our one of our advisory board and the director of health emergency and response at the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. We thank you for all your support. Barrister Oko, we thank you. Sir Hero Asonye, we thank you for your support. And want to also take this time to show you people that we've worked with. There's no how we can really appreciate them without bringing them to fore. We have my co-founded organization, African Youth Employment Initiative, which is part of SieDi-Hub in Nigeria. Here we have Divine Snell from Precious. Thank you for all you have done for us. Global Shepherds, we bless you. Bandless Hand International, thank you so much. One Africa, you've been a family since 2015 to me, so the relationship continues. African Youth, for African Focus for Youth Empowerment. Thank you very much for your support. Raising New Voices, thank you. Yali Network, which most of us young people in Africa belong to, and have been part of structuring this organization. We thank you so much. And like we said, we have our QR code on our webpage. You can just use a Fizzy, scan your phone, and make a donation to us. But if you want to go through the rigorous route, you can see our Flutter Wave link. Please donate to us. You can also do direct transfer to our organization. We are a charity organization. We've set ourselves on an ambitious road, and we need all the resources, not just finance, human advice, processes, networking, everything that would help us to achieve all this that we've been talking for the last 4 hours. So thank you very much, everyone. This is a door that we have opened, and it will remain open in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you as we close out. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Let's go.